Hello guys and gals and welcome. So today is the day of the Druid. And where am I? Hello. So today we are going to talk about the Druid. We're going to answer questions about the Druid. We're going to talk everything Druid. This is the day that we are excited about Druids. And you know, why not start out the video with Aldur's set, which makes you glow in Druid awesomeness. And of course, you know, Aldur's is a pretty sweet set. I've always rather liked Aldur's. It's just kind of silly the way that it builds. Like all the dexterity that it gives, and all the vitality that it gives, and all the energy it gives, and all the strength it gives. It gives a good what is it? 45 to strength, 45 to vitality, 45 to energy, 45 to dexterity. And that's just that's just you know, before you actually get the full set on. Beautiful, beautiful set. Of course, you know, there are better, obviously, there are better ways to build a Druid than the Aldur's set. But, you know, if you happen to have it laying around, I mean, you could put it on. But Aldur's set tends to be kind of difficult to put onto a Druid. And it really comes down to the fact that Aldur's helmet is level 36. Aldur's weapon is level 42. Aldur's boots are level 45, and Aldur's deception is level 76. So the level requirements on the set just make absolutely no sense whatever. You're stuck, you know, you got this really low level helmet, and you got this kind of lower level weapon, yeah, lower level weapon. And then the boots are a much higher level than the helmet. They're level 45. You got, you know, a good 9 level difference between the helmet and the boots. And then the armor's just level 76, because why? Why not? Let's make it impossible. Who needs to actually be able to wear your set? You can have the whole set and can't wear it. Which does make this set kind of lackluster, just simply because of that level 76 requirement. I feel like if the older set had a lower level requirement, people would use it more often. But as it is, you're stuck with 4 pieces. And 4 pieces isn't really the best. No clue why. Just a choice that they decided to make, I suppose. So we're going to wait a little bit before we get started. I want to make sure some people can actually get in here, and we'll have fun. What's up, evil husband? I hope your wife is equally as evil. Gotta pay for the quality. So this character actually has no skills, and he was super cheated in. He's got pretty much nothing going on for him whatsoever. So we're gonna move our way over to a less shiny Druid. I know, not as shiny, but he'll do. And this is my test Druid. The entire purpose of this Druid is just to go out and test things. And why not start out our test Druid with the worst skill known to man, which is Arctic Blast. Let's go. I actually built a whole Arctic Blast Druid one time. Evil husband, you know, are you sure that you killed her? Because, you know, maybe she just made you think that you killed her, and then actually assumed your place, put you inside of a virtual reality construct, and perhaps we're all just a figment of her imagination. I mean, have you ever really seen a ginger gaming mentor? I mean, it should have been a sign, evil husband, that it was all just in your mind. It was all just in your mind.
I am a yes.
By the way, the secret way to get out is you need to tap the back of your hand, right here. You need to tap the back of your hand 3 times. All right. And then touch your nose. All right, that's the way to get out of the virtual reality construct. So make sure you remember that. Wise words from a wise man. Not me, of course. No. This was a different person. It's a Star Trek joke, by the way. There was an episode of Star Trek Voyager where where they were stuck in dreamland, and Chakotay, he had a way of exiting the dream world, and his signal was to tap the back of his hand 3 times. When he saw the moon in the like the outside world, you know, like the actual moon from Earth, because they weren't at Earth, they were like lost in space. And so he would tap the back of his hand to get himself out. Only it didn't work. By the way, spoiler. Look at my Arctic Blast. I know you guys are jealous. I know y'all's jealous. That's some OP jank right here. Look at my little Christmas Cheetos. These are the white cheddar Christmas Cheetos that they use a little blue food dye on. Alright, so I think we waited long enough. Let's get started on this, and I don't really know exactly where to start, so we're gonna look at the tree real quick, and then I will start from there. With most classes, there's some sort of neutral tree that we can start with, and I guess the summoning tree could be considered Druid's neutral tree. Let's start with that tree. So right off the bat, we have one skill here. It's called Poison Creeper. And as you can see, even at level 21, the damage on it is only 90 to 92. It's actually surprisingly poor. I don't know exactly why Poison Creeper has such awful poison damage, but he's not the greatest. Like early on in like Act 1 and Act 2 and maybe Act 3. Yeah, maybe about Act 3 might be alright. But like once you get to Act 4, like he really starts to just not be that great anymore. Mainly just because, you know, he's free damage. So it's nice to have free damage. But I don't know. What are you talking about, Reddick? I don't even I swear I lost my train of thought. I don't even know what you were talking about. But Poison Creeper has a very nice synergy, and that is with Rabies. So if you were going to build a Rabies Druid, and we'll talk about that later, the Poison Creeper does come in handy. And the Poison Creeper just kind of rolls around, and he just like poison things, and that's his whole gag. And he leaves these little horrible vines on the ground too while he's doing it. And you know, he will become kind of a distraction a little bit, so the monsters will try to attack him and kill him. And you know, it'll help you out a little bit, I guess, just in terms of, you know, keeping some of that damage off of you. But for the most part, the Poison Creeper really only has one use, and it's beef up your Rabies. I know you're jealous of Arctic Blast, don't lie. I'm gonna build a whole Arctic Blast Druid, and I'm gonna kill you in PvP with it. How about that? I'm boasting because Arctic Blast is so bad. I know I'll never be able to actually obtain those goals. It's Carrion Vine. So Carrion Vine is the next one, and Carrion Vine heals 10% of your HP by consuming a corpse. So these are the Corpse Eater abilities, and you see we got the little corpses here, and the Carrion Vine will go over to the corpse and will actually eat this little bad boy. And come on, there you go. Come on, eat the corpse. Oh, that's right, I forgot. They won't eat the corpse unless I'm missing health. I forgot about that. So you have to actually be missing health for them to eat the corpse. That is my mistake. And as you can see, once they eat the corpse is gone. Your health regenerates, and it's fairly useful. It actually really is. Why even play Druid if not Wolf Druid? We're gonna go over Wolf Druid, Evil Husband. We're gonna go over Wolf Druid. It's good for when you want to play a Sork but cosplay as a Viking. I mean, you can be a bear sorceress. I just played D&D for that. The Dungeons and Dragons. Okay. Alright, so let me just kill a couple more monsters real quick here. Die, sir. Thank you. I'm gonna need a couple more of you to die, please. Just you please. Yep. And you. Yep. Alright. So the next skill on the list is a Solar Creeper, and Solar Creeper will restore your mana, and it has a mana recovery rate of 6%. So as you can see here, as the evil little vine eats the corpses, I get a bunch of my mana back, which is very nice. And if you were a elemental druid or a highly mana intensive druid, it might be something that you would go with. I mean, 1 point in it is not really that huge of an investment. It's it's a whole 1, 2, 3 points to get there, and then you can let your plus the skills go to work. And having a little bit of extra mana from corpses that are not going to get used anyway, because you're not really a corpse using character, is nice. I think the only other corpse consuming skill that Druid has besides the 2 creepers are the direwolves. Direwolves actually eat corpses, but we'll go over that later. What's up, Escalon? So very utility things. Carrion Vine and Solar Creeper very utility, and Poison Creeper is mainly used for Rabies. So just keep that in mind. If you are building a Rabies Druid, you're going to build Poison Creeper, and you're probably going to have him up too, because he's if you're going to invest points into him, you might as well at least get something out of him, right? So next on the list we have Ravens, and Ravens are a very interesting ability because you can build them no matter what Druid you build. I would actually recommend that if you build a Hurricane Druid, you get some Ravens. If you build a Werewolf Druid, you get some Ravens. If you're a Bear Druid, you get some Ravens. If you're a Summoning Druid, you get some Ravens. And there's a reason why, because Ravens have a really nice blind effect, and they're basically free, and they can't be hit, and they're just very nice to have around. You'll notice that they blind lots of targets, and they make them practically useless. This guy can't even see me anymore. He can't even shoot at me. It's just a constant, nice little blind effect, which is going to be on every target nearby. The damage that they put out is not the greatest. It's 22 to 24, even at max level. So I would never recommend dumping all your points into Ravens. They live by the number of hits that they do. So at max level, they have 32 hits, which means they can blind people 32 times, basically. 32 times each. So times 5 times 32, whatever that is. What's that? 60, 120. It's like 150 times they can hit people and blind them and keep them from being able to chase you down. And when you're in the middle of combat and a werewolf druid, like say you're right in the middle of a bunch of cows or something, or if you're a hurricane druid and you're getting very close to the monsters, you'll find that this blind effect, this constant, never-ending blind effect, is actually very nice. And it's also good to note that when you're transformed into a bear or a werewolf, you can still summon your ravens. So you don't have to de-transform to unsummon your ravens, which is nice. They're very early on the tree as well, which means you don't have to invest any points into any of this stuff to get there. So it's a very low point cost investment. I think it's like 5 points to get 5 ravens, and they're cheap, easy monsters that you can just let do their work, blind things, and move on. There's really not much more to say about ravens. I don't think they're like the most amazing things in the world, but having a free blind as you run around is definitely not a bad thing. And once you've blinded the monsters, they no longer know where you are unless you've entered into their immediate radius. So you have to be like within their little tiny light radius. B3 said, "People call me crazy for investing in crows, but I like them. Although their damage is mediocre, even maxed out, they can all attack in rapid succession, and some enemies even better put into a stun lock loop. 5 ravens hitting you for 20-ish 5 times adds up quickly." I mean, yes, you're not wrong. If you have all of them attacking like a boss or something like that, like say Diablo, you could multiply out the damage. So let's grab my calculator here. Why not? And so right now we're looking at 22 to 24 damage. So let's put it on the high end. 24 times 5 ravens times 32 hits apiece. So you're looking at a total damage output for those ravens of 3,840. So 3,840 damage for the 5 ravens that you summon if they're level 20. But if you were going to be a summoning druid, I would go ahead and max out ravens just because it's just another thing that you're going to have up, another thing that you're going to have, dishing out damage. But I wouldn't max them out as a non-summoning druid, though. It really depends on what you got left for points. You know, if you're building a whole bunch of synergies and you don't really have the points to spare, it's going to be up to you. Alright, so next on the list is our Summon Spirit Wolf. And Summon Spirit Wolf is actually used a lot because of distractions. So there's 5 of them, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you get the skill high enough. And one of the things that you can use them for is just simply meat shields. So little distraction meat shields, and you just let them roam around, you let them do their thing. They tend to be the lackluster choice as far as summons go. So you notice that they do 146 to 159 damage, and there's 5 of them. So if we multiply that out, let's take an average number, so about 150. Let's say 150 times 5 is about 750 damage a hit, essentially, if they're all hitting the same target. And you know, that can add up as they're attacking faster. But the Summoned Direwolf is 243 to 260. Alright, so let's multiply out the Direwolf. So again, let's take an average, so about 250. So 250, but you can only summon 3 Direwolves. Alright, so you gotta multiply that by 3. So we've got 750 again. So the 3 Direwolves can also hit for 750 damage. Same as the Summoned Spirit Wolves. Alright, so with the Summoned Spirit Wolves, they're more spread out. But here's the thing about the Dire Wolves, which makes the Summoned Spirit Wolves kind of the worst choice imaginable. Unless you're using them as meat shields. And if you're using them as meat shields, maybe you want more meat shields, just in general. But the Dire Wolves can hit harder because they eat corpses. So when a Dire Wolf eats a corpse, he gains double damage for the duration of the time that he's eaten the corpse. Which means that your Dire Wolves, which were doing only 250 damage, are now doing 500 damage apiece times 3, so they're doing 1500 damage per attack, essentially. So that is much better than the 750 that you're getting from the 5 Dire Wolves. Now, of course, there are advantages to going with more over less. So, you know, having more wolves might be advantageous if you have a really large group of monsters and you're trying not to let the damage focus on one target. But that is why the Dire Wolves tend to be used over the Summoned Spirit Wolves as far as the damage is concerned. The health on them is also kind of interesting. So when you look at the Summoned Spirit Wolves only have about 500 health, but the Dire Wolves have almost 800, which is pretty nice. 798. It's only 2 shy from 800. And then as we go further down the list here, we'll see the next, which is Summon Grizzly. So Summon Grizzly is this big monster, and he's only 1 creature. And I think most people will notice that going from 5 to 3 to 1, it's almost like a pattern, so your damage is concentrating in one target. And the bear does 1,263 to 1,366 damage. He's able to take some people out. So I mean, if we go, let's see if we can find some monsters real quick. Of course, this is Nightmare difficulty, and it's kind of hard to get a full grasp of this. I probably need to go over to Hell. But this guy, he's not... Summoning Druids are not generally very good in Hell anyway, so it's probably best I don't take him over to Druid. Yes, the Grizzly is a very nice tank, and he can take a pretty good amount of damage, but as one monster, like, same thing with Necromancer. I noticed that when you have, like, just a Golem, it's nowhere near as nice as if you have an army. So even though the bear is very, very nice by himself and can do fairly well, you'll notice that having like an army in particular, like 5 wolves and a bunch of ravens and you know, you've got your little spirit and you got your little vine and maybe you got your mercenary and whatnot. When you have all that on the field, it's much easier to hide behind them than it is to hide behind one bear. The other thing in here is that he only does target damage to 1 target. So even though he's doing very nice damage, say for instance your Dire Wolves could be one-shotting these guys. So if you're in a situation where maybe you're in a low-level area, it makes more sense to summon the wolves just simply because they can also one-shot things, but they can spread out and they can one-shot multiple things, which means, you know, you can kill things a little bit faster. But when you're focusing your damage on one target, like you're fighting a boss or something like that, it definitely makes more sense to have one big meaty target that is dishing out lots of damage versus a bunch of little tiny targets that could get taken out easier. Especially when you look at the fact that the grizzly bear has 4,225 health, which means he's going to be a lot harder to kill than your 800 HP summoned direwolves. And that's, of course, not even counting in some of the other things which we'll be discussing. Another thing that's important about the wolves is their HP changes depending on what act you're in. Or, what difficulty you're in. So right now, my summoned grizzly has 4,225 life, but if I take this this character and I go over to hell difficulty, I'm not sure if it shows on here. It doesn't show on here. But when you summon the bear in hell difficulty, he actually gains more life. It's a mechanic because he's a monster, and normal nightmare and hell difficulties have increases to monsters' HP, so he gets that naturally just simply because he kind of counts as a monster. And so do your bears and your wolves and your dire wolves and your spirit wolves, both of them. It basically just means he's even more tankier in hell difficulty than he is in nightmare difficulty, which is interesting. Come here, buddy. Let's go over here and kill Bane White. Ow! Don't be rude. And this is hell difficulty players 1, and as you can see, he's not doing the greatest. But of course, I'm not supporting him at all. I'm not giving him like Oak Sage. He doesn't have like a carrion vine running around distracting for him. There's no ravens running around blinding things. So it's a whole thing. Like with your summons, is you're obviously not just gonna let them run around and do their own thing. But he still hits pretty hard. You can see he's chunking away at these skeletons. And I think the only reason he's doing poorly is because he keeps getting chilled, which isn't really anything you can stop. And this is only level 21 bear, by the way, so your bear can get a lot higher than this. Now, it's also important to talk about another very interesting thing about Druid. So, you've probably known this before, alright? And I'm going to go over it anyway, for those of you who may not. Druid, all synergies only allow you to build the hard points to build up the synergies. So the soft points don't count. So when you have something like a lore hat, and you have a skill such as Hurricane, which gains bonuses from Tornado, and you put on something like a lore hat, which gives you +1 to Tornado, it does not increase the synergy bonus for Hurricane. So you don't get 9% damage for putting on a lore hat, which Twister would add. However, with Druid summons, it does. So every single plus to skill you have does in fact help out the Spirit Wolf, the Dire Wolf, and the Grizzly Bear. So when you have a +1 to Grizzly Bear, it actually does, that soft point actually does affect the Dire Wolf and the Spirit Wolf. When you have a +10 to Spirit Wolf, like if you had a really nice helmet and like some other like bonuses that gave you +10 to Spirit Wolf, those bonuses would in fact help the Grizzly Bear. That is one of the interesting things about the Summoning Druid, is that to build a Summoning Druid, you need as much plus to skills as you can get. Like to the point where literally you have like level 50 Summon Spirit Wolf, like level 50 Dire Wolf, and level 50 Grizzly, and like level 50 Ravens. Like you literally need all the points that you can get into these abilities to make them work. And if it's not clear, the Summon Spirit Wolf adds attack rating and defense. The Summon Dire Wolf adds life. And the Grizzly adds damage. So if you like, say for instance, you found like a really nice like +2 Druid helmet with +3 to Grizzly, the +3 to Grizzly would add damage to your Dire Wolf and your Spirit Wolf. or if you found like a really nice helmet with +3 to direwolf, it would in fact add life to your grizzly bear and your spirit wolf. It's a unique thing that is very very unique to the druid, the summoning druid in particular, because no other skills allow you to use plus to skills to build synergies. And I believe it's because it's not actually a synergy. So when you look at like over here, it says, you know, it tells you that it gains damage from that. But when you look over here on the summoning tree, it doesn't actually tell you what the summoned spirit wolf and the summoned grizzly bear do. It doesn't actually say anything. It just says receives bonuses from. It reminds me of telekinesis. Telekinesis doesn't tell you what it actually does to beef up energy shield. You just look at energy shield and it's just like, oh, energy shield gains bonuses from telekinesis, and you're like, well, what does it even do? What does it even do? What's up, lie that you adore? It is Friday, isn't it? Friday the 3rd. 20 days to go till Diablo 2 Resurrected. 20 whole days. B3 said, these synergies didn't exist when I played. I assumed it's because higher tiers of content were added down the road. It blew my mind when I found out what it actually did. I mean, synergies were a good thing and a bad thing. So I don't want to say that I support synergies like 100%, because I used to play back before synergies were added. And let me tell you, the build diversity from before synergies was amazing. You could build characters that had like level 20 hurricane, and then you could go over here and you could grab like level 20 fissure, and then you could go over here and you could grab like level 20 werebear, and then you could grab like level 20 solar creeper, and none of it mattered. Like, there were no synergies to tie your hands together like some sort of like jail inmate, and it was just really beautiful. Like, there were builds for the paladin that were like, okay, I'm gonna make a zeal paladin, and you had like 5 points in zeal, and you did like level 20 fanaticism, and then you had like level 20 vigor, and you grabbed like level 20 fist of the heavens, and the builds were just absolutely crazy. Synergies, I think, did a lot to increase the damage that skills did, and made some skills viable that were never viable before. But it also broke so many old builds where you could just have a lot of fun being a derp. Being a big old derp. And then, of course, when they added synergies, they increased the HP of all the monsters tremendously. So it wasn't just a simple matter of, hey, we're adding synergies. It was, hey, we're adding synergies, and we're also making things much, much more difficult, so that you need those synergies. You literally couldn't build without them anymore, because the monster's HP had gotten to the point where you needed the bonuses. Alright, so next on the list, we're going to talk about the sages, the little spirity Barbie things. So we've got 3 of them, and one of them is probably not going to get used for the most part, and it's understandable, because it's not really the best in the world. But we'll talk about it anyway. So the first one is probably the most popular one. And the reason why it's the most popular is going to be obvious when I summon it. So see here I have 360 HP. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to summon my little oak sage. And just like that, now I have 828 HP. And my bear right there, who was, rocking supposedly 4,225, but I'm pretty sure it's higher than that, because this is hell. Now he has 130% added to his life as well. So he's rocking like a good almost 9k HP, according to the number on the skill. But I'm pretty sure it's even more than that. It's probably like 10 or 12k HP, because I'm pretty sure he gets a bonus for being in hell. And as you can see, having an oak sage floating around giving you 130% bonus to your life is pretty ridiculous, especially when you can do this. And now look at my life, 1,530. It gets sillier and sillier as you go down the rabbit hole that is the druid, and you find out, hey, he has all these ways of beefing up his hit points. And I don't even have very good hit points. Like, literally, I only had like 300 hit points, and as a werebear with an oak sage, I'm running like 1,500, almost 1,600 each hit points, and I've got some points in vitality, sure, but my HP is like nowhere near what it should be. I'm pretty sure I hacked this character wrong, and he's got like crappy hit points for no reason. But very, very awesome ability, and if you can't see why that would be amazing in certain situations, then I don't want to tell you. It does have life, and it can be attacked, so it can be killed. It also has a radius of 46.6 yards, which is off the screen. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, right around here, like at the corner of the screen, is considered like, I think that's like 40 yards over there. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's around 40 yards. So basically, everything on the screen is going to be beefed up by your ability, and some things that are off the screen as well. So it's just a really nice ability, really nice life bonus. And let me see if I can do this one thing real quick here. So notice I have 360 life, and when I summon him, it gives me the life immediately. It's very nice. It basically gives you a percentage-based like increment. So like, say for instance I was wounded and I was at half health, when I summon him, it would boost up my health to 828, but then it would give me the equivalent of what is half of 828, if I remember correctly, which is very nice. What's up, Dr. Balkan TV? I would like to build a Fireclaw Werebear in D2R. I never played Druid before, and my D2 days are like way back. Well, we're going to talk about that, Dr. Balkan. We are going to talk. We're going to talk about all things Druid, all things. All right, now we're on the summoning tree, but we are getting there. Trust me, we are getting there. So, next on the list is Heart of the Wolverine. And Heart of the Wolverine is summon a spirit pet that adds to the damage and attack rating of you and your party. It gives 160% damage at level 21, which is pretty sweet. Has a nice little effect there underneath your feet. It gives you an attack rating bonus of 165% and also has a 46.6 yard radius. So if I were going to build, say, a summoning druid, or maybe I just really wanted to dish out more damage, like as a fury druid or something like that, or you know, maybe I just wanted to help my party. Maybe there's already a druid in the group, and maybe I want to, you know, use a different spirit than what he's using. So he's already got an Oak Sage, and my Oak Sage isn't anywhere near as good as his. So I'm gonna build Heart of the Wolverine instead. You know, it's an alternative to Oak Sage, and I think it tends to be a little less popular than Oak Sage, but it certainly is nice. One of the bad things about Heart of the Wolverine, though, is it doesn't boost up your Raven. Your Ravens actually don't get any benefit from anything, but it will boost up your Wolvies. It will boost up your Bear. It'll even boost up your Creepers. I don't know what it actually does for them, but it'll affect them. And Heart of the Wolverine tends to be chosen for some of the more melee builds, as well as some of the summoning builds. But it's definitely not going to be one you're going to choose for a elemental build. So if you're an elemental druid, you're probably going to be going with Oak Sage. Can the druid summon a bear and wolvies at the same time? Unfortunately not. So if you have your bear out and you summon one of your wolvies, the bear disappears. So you can only have 5 spirit wolves, 3 dire wolves, or 1 bear. And honestly, there's a really big difference in the choices. So your summon spirit wolves are really just a massive amount of bodies. Like that's how I see the spirit wolves. They're a massive number of bodies. They intercept attacks, arrows, all sorts of things. You can continually resummon them. They're useful for that purpose. They can definitely distract a large number of monsters very easily. Your summoned direwolves seem to be the best for damage, like in general, because they dish out a really large amount of damage. They eat corpses. They increase their damage. You know, there's 3 of them, so they can focus their damage fairly well. But they're not like as tanky as the bear. So the bear, he seems to be the best as far as like tankiness. Like he really gets in there, and he's like your necromancer golem, I guess would be the term. You know, he gets in there and he's just a wrecking shop, and he's got lots of HP, and he can really take the punishment. Now if you beef him up with an oak sage, he'll have even more health, and he'll be even more tanky. So you know that's also an easy way to make that work. Although I've noticed that sometimes if you really need something to tank, the spirit wolves tend to be easier because there's 5 of them. You can just resummon them whenever you need them. You know, if you need more spirit wolves, you just keep resummoning them, and you don't really worry about them dying. You're not really worried about them dishing out damage either. You just want them to distract the enemy. So it's really whether you're trying to fight one enemy that really needs to be distracted, like say Diablo, bear would be better for Diablo. Or if you're fighting multiple enemies, like a whole bunch of them spread out, like maybe the cows, the spirit wolves might be better for the cows because it would spread the damage out as opposed to concentrating it in on one target. So yeah, it's just a method. And as you can see, they're not doing absolutely awful in hell difficulty. The spirit wolves were able to kill that unique spike fiend rather easily. I actually killed Duriel with my Spirit Wolves B3. I made a full summon Druid in beta, and I kicked Duriel's butt with my Dire Wolves. He didn't even stand a chance. And when he killed one, I just resummoned him and laughed. It was probably the easiest Duriel fight I had. And so I want to preface summoning Druid with this. Okay, let me preface summoning Druid by saying this. Please do not build a summoning Druid if it's your first character. It's going to be difficult, alright? You will do fine in normal difficulty. You will do fine in nightmare difficulty. You will not do fine in hell difficulty. You will get to a point in hell difficulty where things will just not work out well for you, and you won't know what to do. You won't know why you're lacking the damage or the things that you need. They're very gear dependent, so like once you get to hell difficulty, you need lots and lots of plus to skills to make a summon Druid work. And even at summon Druid's absolute best, they are still subpar characters. So so keep that in mind. Last thing I want to do is be the guy who started the summon Druid revolution, and there's summon Druids everywhere, and they're like, but Ginger Gaming Mentor said. And I'd be like, no, Ginger Gaming Mentor said summon Druids are hard. That's what Ginger Gaming Mentor said. So before we leave the summoning tree and start talking about the next tree, let's do one run with a full summon group. Alright, so we're going to summon our Dire Wolves. We are going to summon our Heart of the Wolverine. We are going to get our Creeper up, so we're going to choose a Carrion Vine Creeper, and we are also going to grab our bear form, and usually with a summon Druid you go with a stun lock mode, so you shockwave things to death basically. And you can summon your wolvies while you're in this mode, so you're going to basically use your shockwave to stun things, and then let your little minions kill stuff. And it actually works surprisingly well because Bear's shockwave is broken as all get out, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. Now, of course, this bear druid, he doesn't have enough damage. He doesn't have enough plus to skills. He doesn't have anything. Of course, you can also you could be in there and dishing some damage out yourself if you want. You know, you have a nice weapon, and you could be in there whacking stuff on your bear. But most of your damage on a summoning druid is probably going to come from the actual summons themselves. All right, so we've looked at summon druid. Now let's move on to the shapeshifting tree, shall we? So let me. I'm just going to clear out my summons here. I don't want them to mess with my abilities. And good. What's up, Pit Arma 46? Nice to have you in chat, man. We're a DD Mega Doodoo. DD Mega Doodoo. You guys got some creative names, I'll tell you that much. Can't breathe today. Breathing is important. All right. So, shape-shifting tree. Portugal, nice. Down there in the southern American areas. Wait, no, Portugal is Europe, isn't it? Why am I thinking down South America? Portugal's Europe. Well, dang. Isn't Portugal like why am I drawing a blank here? I swear. It's over there near Italy, I want to say, or Spain. Like Italy, Spain area. Am I Yeah, well, yeah, I know it's not really near Italy at all, is it? No. It's Spain. Yeah, Spain. Okay. You over there in the Spaniard area. Sorry, I kind of scrolled the chat a little bit there. Cool. Way across the sea. Alright, so the first thing we're going to talk about is lycanthropy. So lycanthropy is a rather passive skill, as it actually says, passive. Improves the duration and life when in werewolf or werebear form. So as simple as it sounds, that's all it does. It just increases your life and the maximum duration of the werebear and the werewolf skill. So it actually synergizes with both of these, which is very nice. Now, of course, you do have to put 1 point into werewolf to get lycanthropy, which means that even if you're going to build a werebear, you're still going to have to put 1 point into werewolf, which honestly seems kind of like a waste to me. It should have been, in my opinion, it should have been lycanthropy here as your first skill, and then it should have like had 2 arrows. One went this way and one went this way, and then your werebear should have been right here, and then that way you could have had, you know, like it led into both trees, so you weren't forced to waste a point into werewolf if you wanted to be a werebear. But whatever. I think most people play werewolves anyway. The Iberian Peninsula next to Spain. So we also have werewolf and werebear. So these are our initial abilities for this tree, and it's very important to talk about these abilities because they preface everything else. Now, when you're in werewolf form, you cannot use any of the werebear abilities. So you notice that shockwave and Maul are off limits, and same goes for the werewolf. I mean the werebear. If you are in the werebear form, and you look at the werewolf abilities, Rabies, Feral Rage, and Fury, they are off limits as well. However, there is 2 skills, as you can see here, Hunger and Fire Claws, that do transfer over between the trees. So those are considered, I guess, like dual abilities. So Hunger and Fire Claws are both werebear and werewolf. B3 said, I think the Druid was created for people who don't know exactly what they want to play, and you can just change it at more or less any time. They're decent casters. Wolf equal assassin, bear equals barbarian. And I guess the summoning tree is sort of like a necromancer. I mean, it certainly scratched my necromancer itch during beta when I couldn't play necromancer. So that's the thing. Alright, so the first one we're going to talk about is the bear, because I know people like werewolf better, so we're going to save that one for last. Alright, so the bear is more about life and defense. I think it's important to talk about something else here, and we need to talk about breakpoints. So, the way that Diablo does things in its breakpoints is it gives every single character its own breakpoints, and those breakpoints are static across, you know, everything that the character does. But with the Druid, in particular, that is not the case. So the Druid has 3 forms, and each one of those forms has different breakpoints depending on what's going on. So for instance, the Druid human form, you know, like if he has his block rate, like let's look at the Druid human form block rate. So at 0 blocking, he has 11 frames, whereas the bear form has a 12 frame blocking. So the bear actually has worse blocking than the human form on the Druid. The wolf form has a blocking of 9 frames with 0 blocking rate. So the wolf form actually has really good blocking. So on the wolf, they want you to use a shield, and on the bear, they don't, because they're like, bad bear. Bear no get shield. Which I guess might have something to do with the fact that the bear is very tanky. So, you know, the bear gets this huge defense bonus, he gets this huge damage bonus, and he gets this really nice life bonus as well. So they really don't want the bear, I guess, having a shield on top of all that, which I suppose makes sense. You know, and it doesn't just stop there. So the faster cast rate, the human has 18 frames, the bear has 16 frames, and the wolf has 16 frames. So both the bear and the wolf can cast faster than the human form druid, but of course the bear and the wolf form can only cast certain spells because they're restricted. There's actually only one elemental spell that both the druid and the bear can cast, and that is Armageddon. It's a right-click skill. This is Armageddon right here. So they can actually cast this while in bear form. They can also, of course, cast their summons. So all their summons count as casts, and they get faster cast basically with those. But to cast any of the other elemental skills, like any of the other elemental skills, you have to actually be in human form. Now, there are certain elemental skills that do have the ability to be cast and then you transform back. So, for instance, like say I wanted to bring Hurricane with me as a bear druid, I could cast Hurricane and then wait a couple seconds. And no, it's not gonna let me. Okay, there we go. And then I can have Hurricane while I'm in bear form, but I won't be able to recast Hurricane. That's the thing. So once Hurricane is down, I'd have to then untransform out of my bear, then go back into you know, human form, cast my Hurricane, then go back into bear, and it's kind of a pain in the butt. Now, if you have like max level Hurricane that lasts for 50 seconds, it's not such a pain in the butt. But I mean, you still gotta exit your bear form every 50 seconds to refresh your Hurricane, which is not the greatest. Why are you coming up to me being all rude, Raft Snarl the Axe? Nobody. Oh, he's immune to fire and cold. Look at you being immune to all the elements. I ain't got time for you, sir. I'm doing a video. Run away, little cold bear. Why you look all jankety when you run, though? All right, so next on the shapeshifting tree we have the bear druid's first ability, which is Maul, and Maul and Feral Rage both work essentially the same. They increase your percentage of whatever it is that they do based on the number of times that they hit the target. So the first time you hit the target, you get this little green little orb around you. It's not very large, and you get a small bonus to your damage and whatnot. This one is stun length, damage, and attack rating. The second time you hit them, you notice it gets like a little thing in it, and the third time you hit them, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and it continues to keep getting bigger and bigger until it turns into this glowing orb, and that means you've reached the maximum potential of the ability. And the beautiful thing about this little orb is that it stays there even if you switch to another skill. So say for instance I was to use I don't know, hunger. I could then run up to somebody and bite them with that bonus that Maul has given me, and all I have to do to maintain the Maul effect, which lasts for 20 seconds by the way, is just simply tap a target, you know, before that ability goes down. Now, if you actually have the ability go down, you have to rebuild it back up from scratch, which isn't exactly the greatest. And man, those guys ripped me to shreds, didn't they? That was pretty amazing. I always hated Spike Fiends because you couldn't see their attacks. Spike Fiends can be pretty powerful. There was actually a group of Spike Fiends that was actually notorious for PKing players. And you might say, well, how does a monster PK a player? Well, they were just notorious for it though, because they were in a place where they were constantly how do I put this? They were always in a place where they were being attacking a person while they were still loading. Yes, but if you don't have very much defense in the first place, Noir, then it's not going to boost you up very high. So, you know, if you only have 352 defense, it's only going to bring you up to like 862. And I'm in hell difficulty, so they, you know, they kind of just rip straight through that. I'm wearing a bunch of crap gear. I've got like a stealth armor or some Sanders rip-rap boots, like a regular mesh belt, lower hats. Not a lot of good gear there. Not a lot. So in the original Diablo, before they took it away, there used to be a monster group that was right here in Inner Cloister. It was a super unique Spike Fiend pack, and it was literally right on top of the waypoint. And man, so many people used to die to that stupid little group of Spike Fiends. You would literally waypoint in, and they would just be murdering you before you ever even loaded. And soon as you loaded in, they would be all on top of you, just like spamming spikes at you. And you couldn't do anything about it, of course, because you'd have time to be almost dead by the time you loaded in. And and of course, once you died, you couldn't really go back in to get your body, because they literally would still be on the waypoint waiting for you, unless you went all the way around. And Inner Cloister, as you know, doesn't really have a lot of ways around. If you have jail level 1, you can go back through the jail naked and try and get your body, or you can backtrack through catacombs and you can try and get your body there. And so they actually removed him. Like he was actually such a freaking little PK in the little pack of Spike Fiends. They actually removed him from the game. I can't remember his name right off the top of my head, but I'm sure if I looked it up, it would be there. Inner Cloister Spike Fiend, super unique. Boop. What was his name? I'm kind of curious. Flamespike the Crawler. Flamespike was the last quill rat of any type found in the game in the original Diablo 2, and his pack of 5 to 6 minions always spawned in the Inner Cloister area, and were usually the only monsters in that area. A lot of the time they spawned almost directly on top of the waypoint there, making it a bit of a hazard to use the teleporting pad. I'm going to copy and paste that in a chat in case you guys want to look at it. Flamespike was recognizable by his bluish-green decor and his cursed attribute. Oh, that's right, he had amp damage. He always had amp damage. So you spawned in with amp damage on you. The combination of his amplified damage and his ranged quills from it and his minions could quickly become lethal, particularly at higher difficulties. I can't remember when he was removed, but he was eventually removed. I actually kind of wish they'd bring him back just for laughs. Flamespike was the only super unique monster removed in the expansion. The hilarity. The hilarity. He used to kill people all the time. Like, that was... I think a lot of people complained about him because he was basically like a load-in kill, and nobody really liked being killed by a load-in monster. I always thought the bear didn't have enough abilities. I know we're not done talking about the skills yet, but I always felt like the bear needed more abilities. Like, you look at the werewolf. The werewolf has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 abilities, right? And the werebear has 1, 2, 3, 4, and one of them is a stun. So shockwave is not a damage ability. You don't actually use shockwave to do damage. It's an AoE stun. That's all it's used for. If you use it for anything other than an AoE stun, you're not going to have a lot of fun. And Hunger is also not really even a damaging ability, since it's lifesteal, and it does, was it negative 75% damage? Isn't that what it is? Yeah, negative 75% to your damage. So it's not a damage ability at all. It's only to steal life back. So when you look at it realistically, the werewolf has 1, 2, 3, 4 actual damage abilities, and the werebear only has 2 actual damage abilities, and one of them requires you to build into the elemental tree. So in realistically, the werebear only has 1 actual damage ability, at all, which is just kind of odd. Like, I always felt like the werebear needed one more ability. I don't know what he needed, but he needed something, and they just never added it. You know, and it also sucks that he can't use any of the werewolf's abilities. Like, if he could use one of the werewolf's abilities, he'd be fine. But, I don't know. So, we've talked about Maul, and now let's talk about Shockwave. So, Shockwave is a very beautiful ability. It is much like Amazon's multi-shot. And you might be like, Amazon's multi-shot? Why is it like Amazon's multi-shot? Well, because it has multiple arrows, I guess is what you'd call it. And each one of the arrows represents a different piece of the shockwave. And just like Amazon's multi-arrow, if you bring your cursor in close to your character and you use it, you'll notice the shockwave spreads out. And if you bring your cursor far away from your character and you use it, you'll notice that all the shockwaves will focus on one particular zone. And this is a way that you can focus the damage of the shockwave. So the damage isn't the greatest. It's 212 to 232. And if you notice, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 5 actual independent little spots, right? So if you focus all the damage of your shockwave onto one place with an average damage of 220 times 5, 220 times 5, you're looking at, that is not what I typed at all, 220 times 5. 1,100 damage per shockwave if all 5 of your tines are hitting the target at one time. So if you make sure that all 5 of the tines are hitting, you're doing about 1,000 damage. 1,000 damage in hell isn't really the greatest. So I think a lot of people would much rather have the much more spread out version of the shockwave, which hits multiple targets. But the stun length duration on shockwave is 13.6 seconds. 13.6 seconds is a long time. Like, let's get a monster by himself real quick, and I just want to dramatically show off 13.6 second stun time. Yes, you can use it in a group, and you can really be useful. Stunning everything for 13.6 seconds in a group is actually really, really effective. So here we go, 13.6 seconds, and we're just going to stand here for 13.6 seconds. And I want you guys to see how silly it is that a monster can be stunned for 13.6 seconds. I mean, can you imagine how much damage you can do to a monster in 13.6 seconds? You can stun him, and then you can have a Maul on your other hand, and you could just be wailing on him. And you don't even have to wait for the stun to go down. You could just use another one, and you could just keep it up. Does it work on elites? I do not believe so. Let's go check. Just to be sure, let's go check. We just need to find ourselves an elite monster of any type. Hello, elite. Not you. Why so many spike fiends? Y'all is all the rudest spike fiends that ever existed. I'm tired of y'all. I don't want no spike fiends. That was actually pretty awesome. I just walked right by that group, and I'm like, yep, I'm not interested in fighting you. Nope, not interested at all. Go away. Alright, so here we go. We got ourselves a nice little elite, and as you can see, it doesn't work on him. But I mean, at the same time, it also allows you to cherry pick who you want to fight. You can very easily use this to isolate the elites and the champions and whatnot from the rest of the group. It does have a mana cost of 7, so it's not too bad on the mana either. All right, so next on our list is we're going to cover hunger. So we just ran out of mana, so let's cover a skill that restores mana. So hunger reduces all your damage by 75%, but it gives you a huge life and mana steal. So so it brings my damage, as you can see, down to 35 to 64 from 114 to 223. So really huge decrease in the amount of damage that I'm dishing out. But when I hit something, you'll notice that there's a pretty large amount of mana and life component that comes back. And, of course, it's not enough to sustain me since I'm getting murdered. And I don't really have that much damage. But it's 180% of this amount. But it's also going to be reduced by hell difficulty modifiers. So if you guys are unaware of this when it comes to lifesteal, I might as well cover this. It'll be something fun that we can cover together. So, lifesteal Diablo 2. So, when you go to higher difficulty settings, there is a penalty for lifesteal. And it's very important to know about this penalty. So, in normal difficulty, lifesteal works at 100% efficiency. So, if I'm in normal difficulty, I will get 180% of what this says. So, if I hit for 64 damage, I will get 180% of that amount. Which is a fairly decent amount of lifesteal. But in nightmare difficulty, all lifesteal is cut by half. So you're looking at 50% of its rated value. So for instance, if I have, say, 100% lifesteal, I hit for 64 damage. 64 damage at 100% lifesteal should be 64, but instead it's 32. So I'm only getting 32 life in nightmare. And there are other modifiers to this too, and I'll go over that in a minute as well. In hell difficulty, the modifier is 33%. So all lifesteal is reduced by 33%, and it's very sad. So that's why I don't know if you guys have ever noticed this. When you're in like normal difficulty, your lifesteal works very well, and when you get to hell difficulty and nightmare difficulty, it feels like your lifesteal is just not quite working as effectively as it should, and maybe you never really knew why, but that is actually one of the things that happens. So if you want to take a look at those stats, it's actually right here. So it's actually 33% in hell difficulty. That's why life tap gauntlets are so very effective, because life tap gauntlets are 50% lifesteal, and 50% lifesteal is just a massive hunk of lifesteal, and it really works very well despite the penalty in hell. And let's see. There's also another thing known as drain effectiveness. All right, so monster drain effectiveness is a whole nother category, and you probably are aware of this one. Most people are. So let's say when you go up to a skeleton, can you steal life from a skeleton? Let's somebody get some of my veterans here to talk about that. Can you steal life from a skeleton in Diablo 2? Exactly. No, you can't. And the reason is because the drain effectiveness of the monster is set to 0. All right, so every monster has a different drain effectiveness. So not only are you suffering from this horrible 33% hell difficulty drain, penalty, but you also have to actually look at what the monster's drain effectiveness is. So if you want to take a look at what the drain effectiveness of particular monsters are, you can go here. This will tell you what all the monsters are that have a 0 drain effectiveness, which means you get no life and no mana from them whatsoever. And then it also goes over all the other monsters in the game. So there are monsters like Andariel has a 66% drain effectiveness. Lilith, who is one of the Uber, monsters you have to kill to get into Uber Tristram, she has a 33% drain effectiveness. So you get a 33% penalty for hell, and you get another 33% penalty for fighting Lilith, which means your lifesteal is very ineffective against her, but it still gives you something, I guess. Whereas monsters like Uber Duriel have 100% drain effectiveness, which means that any drain you do to them is going to give you a nice amount. So keep that in mind when you're using a skill like Hunger, because even though it says 177% life and mana steal, if you're attacking a target that has really, really bad drain effectiveness, like an Oblivion Knight. So Oblivion Knights have 33% drain effectiveness in hell difficulty. You're not going to get very much from them. You're not going to get very much from them at all. But if you were to attack, for instance, I'm trying to pick a really nice monster that's really common. A Thorned Hulk, for instance, has 75% drain immunity. That 75% is not going to be that big of a deal. You're only going to lose 25% on your drain effectiveness, which is pretty good. So you might pick out those targets specifically. You know, you wouldn't actually use hunger on a skeleton because you're not going to get any lifesteal from a skeleton. You're going to pick a monster that actually has better drain effectiveness. And as you play the game, you'll start to figure out really quickly which monsters are better to go for the lifesteal on than others. Hell bovines, for instance, are 75%. You know, like Griswold is 85%, so forth and so on. And if you take a look at this list, you'll really kind of see what I'm talking about. Diablo clone, for instance, Uber Diablo is 15% drain effectiveness. And Bale is 20% drain effectiveness. So you really kind of like have to look at these things and be like, oh, well, that's why I'm doing so poorly on this guy, because I literally can't drain any life from him because of the hell penalty, and then also his drain effectiveness penalty combined with me not having enough lifesteal in the first place, adds up to it's not going to work. All right, so let's move on from that, and if you want to take a look at those things, I did post those both those links in there, so have fun with that. That's a whole ball of wax there. So next on the list, we have the Fire Claws. So the Fire Claws is a skill that's usable by both the werewolf and the druid. So you know what? Let's save that for last. We'll save that for last. Werewolf and the bear is what I meant. Slip of the tongue. So the next thing we're going to go over is the werewolf. And the difference between the werewolf and the werebear is, if you notice, the werebear gives you damage, defense, and life, whereas the werewolf gives you life, stamina bonus, attack rating, and attack speed. So the werewolf is going to make you faster. The werewolf is going to make you run faster, attack faster. He's still going to give you a bonus to life, but not as high of a bonus to life as what the werebear gives you. So the werebear is going to give you 195% at level 21, whereas the werewolf is only going to give you 145%. The stamina bonus is kind of a moot point. Most people past level 30 don't have to worry about stamina. And so you're really looking at the attack rating and the attack speed. So attacking faster. So let's go to Outer Cloister real quick. I'm sure there's a couple monsters here we can wail on. And we're going to need an ability to wail on them with. So let's choose Feral Rage. That's our first ability on the tree. And just like the Druid's Feral... You know what? Let's go to my poor little under-geared druid here. Just can't handle hell difficulty. Let's go to Nightmare. He is so under-geared, it's not even funny. He needs like an older set. So this ability, Feral Rage, is very similar to the bear druids. As you can see, it starts out small and it gets bigger and it turns into this glowing red ball of doom. And you'll notice that it gives you walk run speed bonus, lifesteal bonus, damage bonus, and attack rating bonus. And the higher you get it, the better it's going to be. So the lifesteal bonus is actually really nice. It's 4 to 92%. And all you really have to do is just attack on them a couple times until you get the nice little red ball running around you. So it definitely can solve lifesteal issues really rather easily. And you're going to have to put 1 point into it if you're going to get to... Rabies or Fury anyway, so it might be something that you want to build. And just like Maul, it runs out in 20 seconds, so it just simply disappears. Of course, prove me wrong, why don't you? There you go. And then if you attack again, you have to start over from the beginning. You got your little pathetic, little tiny Feral Rage. Now, of course, we did go over hunger, but werewolf can use hunger as well. So it's very nice to remember that werewolf can also use hunger, and he can get that life and mana steel as well. So if you wanted to go with that for your life and mana steel instead of Feral Rage, you can do that. Or you don't even have to go with either one of them for your life and mana steel. You could just build life and mana steel items. Alright, so next on the list is Rabies, and Rabies is a very interesting one because you have to build into Poison Creeper. We were talking about that earlier. And Poison Creeper is the only synergy for Rabies, and Rabies is pure poison damage. Just massive, massive amounts of poison damage. And let's go over Rabies real quick. I've actually built a couple Rabies Druids. I built one in on beta, if you guys are interested. The video for that is actually up on my YouTube channel. So you can take a look at my Diablo 2 Resurrected beta Rabies Druid. So the beautiful thing about Rabies is it spreads. So when you bite somebody, they get this like red aura around them, and the red aura can spread in between targets, and it does a pretty massive amount of damage, even though it is over time. And so, for instance, if you bite a group of monsters, it spreads between the group and does pretty massive amounts of damage. Of course, you can bite each individual target, and you can really get it to spread faster that way. But I noticed that just, in general, it's just a very nice crowd clearing ability because of the way that it spreads. Like if you were in the cow level and you went and you bit one cow, it would spread in between all the cows, and that would just be very, very nice. You definitely have to build it up with plus the skills. It helps to have some more poison damage. And of course, usually if you're building this, you have your little poison creeper up, so I might as well bring him up too. And he adds to your poison damage as well. And you're going to want to wear things that increase your poison damage. So things like Bramble Armor, which give you a huge bonus to your poison damage. I think it's like a 50% increase in poison skill damage. Trangle's Gloves gives an increase in poison skill damage. You also have some other things you can get, like Poison Facets. You can get plus the skills to increase your Rabies. And of course, the skill point investment for a Rabies Druid is rather low. I mean, you got... Like, even if you put 20 points into Werewolf and 20 points into Rabies and 20 points into Poison Creeper, that's only, what, 60 points? Well, you could also put 20 points into Lycanthropy, so that's 80. But you'd still be left with, like, 40 more points to spend on something else that you'd want to spend it on. So, I mean, you could do something like Fury or Feral Rage, or you could do Hunger, or maybe you could build into some of these little guys in the other tree. And Rabies does happen to be a rather powerful one for PvP. It's an interesting one. I've seen Rabies Druids do very well in PvP. In fact, I had a couple PKers try and kill me on beta, and I bit them with my Rabies Druid, and they didn't much quite like that. One of them in particular saved and exited before I was able to kill her, but she was literally like 1 HP, almost dead, and I was laughing because he was boasting that he could take us all on 3v1, and he couldn't even take me on by himself. My Rabies Druid was not well built, by the way, but he still did plenty of poison damage. Alright, so next on the list is the Fury. Oh, one thing I almost forgot. Rabies cannot be cured by antidote potions. So in PvP, especially in PvP, if you are outside and you're fighting people with a Rabies Druid and you bite them with Rabies, they cannot clear your Rabies with a antidote potion. In fact, the only way that you can cure Rabies is to run to town and actually talk to like a Kara or something. As far as I know, that's the only way to clear Rabies in a PK situation. Cleansing will reduce the duration, but it's not gonna actually get rid of it. It'll still have to run its course. Cleansing is what, negative 80% to the duration, but it's not actually going to like just simply remove it from your character. It's the same thing as like poison length reduction, stuff like that. So next is Fury, and Fury is a very interesting one because it has a parallel on another character. And you'll see when we use it. So let's go ahead and grab our Fury, and let's go in here and see if we can actually dish out some damage. Hello, sir. Okay, nothing's gonna survive more than one hit. I'm only using a Razor Tine Fuchsia. Let me switch to my crappy socketed axe. What's up, Onyx? I am on the wrong skill. Why am I on the wrong skill? I clicked on Fury! There we go. I was like, why? I'm like 100% sure I clicked on it. I'm 100% sure I clicked on it. It just doesn't want to work. So as you can see, it's very similar to Zeal. It really is. Whereas Feral Rage is very similar to Frenzy. Where's Feral Rage? Because it gives you walk run speed increase, whereas, you know, same way that that Frenzy gives you walk run speed increase. So it's kind of like having your little Zeal Paladin, I guess. It works pretty well. You just have to build it correctly. So you need weapons that actually have +2 attack speed on them, and that's something that I should probably cover now that I've covered just about every skill on this tree. And we'll talk about Fire Claws next. But so the way Druid works is that you need attack speed bonus on the weapon. No attack speed bonus works for Druid except for attack speed bonuses on the weapon itself. So you have to have a weapon that has something like 30% increased attack speed on it, or 50 or 60 or 80 or 90 or whatever it is that you've got. And it's very important, because if you have something that has increased attack speed on it, your Druid will attack much faster. And to demonstrate this, I'm going to load in one of the favorite weapons of Druids, which has been a kind of a funny weapon for many years. And I'm going to go ahead and load this on this character for you guys, so you guys can laugh at this. So where is my test Druid? There you are. Inventory, insert item. Alright, so we're going to grab a unique item, and I'm not going to tell you what it is. You guys are just going to have to look at it. You guys are going to be like, what's that? And then be like, what's that? Alright. So one of the interesting things about a Druid is that you don't have to be using a melee weapon to melee. And you might be asking me, what?
Hi there.
Like, what? What? You're stupid. But no, it's true. You need bolts in there, by the way. So when you are using a ranged weapon on a Druid and you transform into a werebear or a werewolf, it doesn't matter, your bow turns into claws, so it doesn't matter that you're using a ranged weapon. The only thing that's important is that it has 80% increased attack speed on it. And you know what? For dramatic effect, let's go ahead and throw a shale rune in there. Hold on. Let me give him a shale rune real quick, just for extra added laughter, because you guys are gonna laugh at how fast he attacks. He's gonna attack way faster than I think you guys are even ready to understand. Unless you've already played a Druid before, and if you've already played a Druid before, then you know that's cool. But for those of you who haven't, or maybe you are unaware of this mechanic, let's play around with it, shall we? So here's our little our barista. Here's our shale runes. We got 80%. We're gonna throw this in there. We've got 100% increased attack speed, right? So let's go ahead and throw this on our main hand. And let's go grab our arrows again.
Hi there.
Hi there. My name's Jorsey. Alright, so let's grab our werewolf, and let's grab our, let's do Z for Fury. Oh, I don't got my hotkeys set up on this. That's sad. That's okay. We'll be alright. And let's go somewhere where I'm not going to die, hopefully. So I don't embarrass myself too terribly. And first we're going to attack with the Resurrected Fusina. I want you to see the difference between the two. So this is the Resurrected Fusina. It's fairly fast. It's 30% increased attack speed. It's not bad. Alright, and this is the Buriza. And you notice I'm still meleeing. I haven't stopped meleeing. And of course we could make that, what, a little bit faster? Or we can run faster. Your Feral Rage. Even Fell Rage is going to go faster. They're all going to go faster, of course. As you can see, the attack speed of the weapon is this 100%. This 100% Buriza is just kind of ridiculous. And this is a favorite weapon of druids, a lot of druids, because it's easy to get. It has very nice high damage. It's 99 to 327. It has a huge amount of increased attack speed on it already. It has the freezes target effect, the cold damage, lots of nice little effects that you can use on a druid, and it also works on the bear as well. So if we swap over to the bear, you go over to something like Maul, and you can just start mauling the crap out of things, and it just works really, really well. And it's a crossbow, and a lot of people who play a druid might not ever think in their wildest dreams to use a crossbow, but here it is, and as you can see, it works very well. Now, there are better options than the Buriza, but if you think about it logically, you're not going to find a lot of weapons in the game that have 100% increased attack speed on them. You're also not going to find a lot of weapons in the game that have that kind of damage on them. You can also upgrade the Buriza to the next level, which is the Hell difficulty version, and it'll have even more damage on it. Of course, it's going to have a higher strength and a higher dex requirement, but it's still going to have 100% increased attack speed with massive amounts of damage. Now, there are some better options, and I'd like to show you those real quick. So on my BattleNet account here, I actually do have some of those options. On my Paladin, believe it or not. Where are you at? So I had a guy in here a while back. His name is Lucifer, spelt Loos. So it's a play on words. But he had himself like one of the best druids I'd ever seen, and he was using this weapon right here, which is the Tomb Reaver Cryptic Axe with a Zod rune in it. It's ethereal with a Zod rune. It has 197 to 909 damage with 90% increased attack speed, which is really, really awesome. Because he threw two very nice jewels in there, which are 15% increased attack speed with some nice enhanced damage. And as you can see there, all resistance is 42, 10% chance to reanimate dead, magic find, all sorts of really nice, cool effects on there. Just massive amounts of damage, massive amounts of increased attack speed, perfect for what the druid needs. And I said I had two of the weapons. The other weapon that I have is the Breath of the Dying Warpike. So the Breath of the Dying Warpike is also ethereal, and because it has Zod in the recipe to create it, it is also indestructible. And as you can see, it's 221 to 1,206. And even though it's more damage than the Tomb Reaver Cryptic Axe, it is less increased attack speed. So for a druid, it is not as great. A message from Wrath of God. Ah, shit. Cursing over here. And this, from what I understand, this Breath of the Dying is actually a very low roll too, as far as like the stats on it. So it actually can be much, much higher than that. So, very, very interesting ways you can build your druids. Keep in mind that as a shape-shifting druid, you need that increased attack speed on the weapon. Increased attack speed from other sources does not work on the druid. So if you're running any kind of increased attack speed on your gloves, on your armor, on your helmet, on your amulet, on your rings, I don't even know if they make increased attack speed rings, on your belt, whatever it's coming from, it's not working. All right. So as a shape-shifting druid, get rid of that. Put something on that's more important to your build, and work on getting a good weapon that has increased attack speed on it. That's how you're going to make your bear not slow. And there's a lot of good choices that you can choose from, like early on in the game, like right off the top of my head, I can think of one that's actually pretty sweet for a druid, like low level, a nice little low level druid, and that is a General's Tando Laga. It's like 50% increased attack speed from what I remember. Where is that at? Yes, longer range as well, so that's also a bonus there. The range of those weapons is really going to help you out. Maces. Where's my maces? Unique scepters? No. Unique maces 2? No, not unique maces 2. Poopy poopy. I mean, there's one right there. Horizon's Tornado, a 50% increased attack speed. I think most people are looking for Stormlash, but because it has Crushing Blow on it, and Horizon's Tornado does not. But if I was a Druid in particular, I'd be looking for increased attack speed. Like Baronera Star has 50%. You know, very nice. You can throw a socket in there, put another shale in there, get it up to what, 60, 70%. So 70% on that. And let's see, I should have Maces 2 down here as well. Where are you at, Maces 2? Maces! General's 10, low to gun. Oh, it's only 20%. I thought it was 50. Poopy. Poopy poopy. I remembered wrong. Steel Driver has 40%. That's a nice one. We're talking about like early game increased attack speed, so it's really just a matter of finding the right weapons that have that nice increased attack speed bonus. So let's move on to the next tree, which is the elemental tree. So before we move over to the elemental tree, we're going to talk about Fire Claws, and Fire Claws is part of the elemental tree as far as I'm considered. As far as I consider, because it is so much so a fire skill tree skill that it's not even funny. So when you look at this ability, you see Fire Claws does fire damage, has attack rating, nice. But then you look at the bottom and you see all the synergies that it requires. So 22% damage from Firestorm, 22% damage from Molten Boulder, 22% damage from Fissure, 22% damage from Volcano. It has 4 freaking synergies in the elemental tree. Okay? That's a lot of freaking synergies for the elemental tree. It's a lot. It's a whole lot. So, you know, you're talking about like a point investment of 20 points in the skill, 40, 60, 80. That's 100 points to max that Fire Claws out. 100 points is a lot of points. That's pretty much all your points. You're not even going to have enough points to max out your bear or your werewolf, and let alone anything like shockwave or some burbs or maybe some cyclone armor or anything like that. You're not going to be able to max out Fire Claws and anything else. So it kind of comes into a weird perspective, and there's also this other weird factor of Fire Claws. So Fire Claws has you build all these other fire abilities. Right? You build all these other fire abilities, and you'd think, you know, hey, it would be really sweet if I could use those fire abilities while I'm in bear form. You know, that would be kind of nice. But you can only use one of them, and the only ability that you can use while in bear form that's part of the fire tree is Armageddon. Now, if you look at Armageddon, Armageddon has the same synergies that Fire Claws does. So it almost makes you think that what they're trying to get you to do with Fire Claws is they're trying to get you to build the entire fire tree, grab Armageddon so that Armageddon is maxed out, right? And then what you're basically doing at that point is you've got Fire Claws on one hand and you've got your Armageddon on the other, and you're basically running around like fire clawing and Armagedding everything to the nth degree. So, you know, every time Fire Claws goes down, you're just running in here and you don't care. You're just the fire clawer that ever fire clawed. Recast your Armageddon, because why not? I mean, it's a really heavy point investment. And the other problem with Fire Claws is that it's fire damage. We talked about this at length on the Sorceress video, and basically what we talked about was, you know, fire. There are a lot of fire immunes in Hell. In Hell difficulty, there are so many fire immunes, and I mean, if you had like an infinity work with you, like non-stop, like all the time, you could break those fire immunes. But a lot of people will look at fire and they go, okay, fire's not the best one to build. But cold is not the best one to build, as far as I'm concerned. There are so many cold monsters in the game that are unbreakably cold immune. You can at least break fire. You can at least break lightning. But most of the time, you can't break cold immunity. Cold immunity is usually unbreakable. So maybe it's not as bad as all that, but it's still a less preferred element. Like if I were to rate the elements by like the preference level, it's basically lightning is on the top, like pretty much always. Fire is usually in the middle, and cold is down at the bottom because there are so many unbreakable cold immunes. But people love cold, so they plop it above fire anyway, just simply because they really love using cold skills. And then they have to use fire anyway, like fireball or something like that, to actually kill the cold immune targets, which is a whole thing in itself. Bink. So fire claws, ladies and gentlemen, a very point-heavy investment. A very interesting ability. I would assume that honestly with Fire Claws you probably would not be maxing out Fire Claws. In fact, I don't even think it's possible at level 99. Let's do a really brief calculator run here real quick. I just want to like just think about it real quick, right? So we've got level 99 gives you what, 99 skill points, right? And then you get, was it 4 per act? You get 1 from normal, you get 1 from sewers, you get 2 from act 4. So yeah, 4. You get 4 points per act, so 4 times 3, which is 12, so plus 12. So you're looking at a total points of 111 points. And then you've got 20 for fire skills, or fire claws. And then you definitely have to put 20 points into Armageddon if you're going fire claws. So negative 20 for Armageddon. And then you've got 71 left to spend. You're probably going to want to put at least a couple points into Werebear. So let's say at least 5 points for Werebear. At least like 5 points for Lycanthropy. Because you want that duration up. If your Werebear only lasts 10 seconds, it's probably not going to be very useful. And then you've got 61 points left to spend into Volcano, Fissure, Molten Boulder, and Firestorm, which none of them are usable while you're in bear form, so you might as well just pick your favorite one. I guess you could do Volcano first. They all give the same amount of damage to Fire Claws, 22%. And Armageddon gets 14% from everything except for Fissure, but Fissure gives seconds per level, which is going to be pretty important, because since you want that to last as long as possible. I don't know. It's not going to be at its max no matter what. There's no way you're going to get it to this 4,681 damage. It's just never going to get there. It's going to be much lower than that because you're only going to be able to spend 60 points into it at max. 61 points into it at max. Poopies. Alright, so next we're going to cover the elemental tree, and there's two sides to the elemental tree. There is the fire tree, and then there is the sort of, I guess, I don't want to say cold tree because it's kind of a mix of two different elements. Whereas the fire tree is purely fire, this tree is actually cold damage and physical damage. And we'll go over that in a minute here. So we're going to first cover the first ability here, which is Firestorm. So Firestorm is your starter ability, and you're going to roll out into, like, your Bloodmoor, and if you're an elemental druid, you're definitely going to use a little bit of Firestorm, at least for a little while until you level up. And Firestorm is very reminiscent of Diablo's Hellfire that he puts along the ground. It kind of has like an erratic path. Doesn't really go exactly where you want it to, and sometimes it's really frustrating because you can't really get it to go like right where you need it. And there's a lot of that going on with Druid. You got to find out. There's a lot of that. I can't quite get it to go where I need it to go stuff, and it's rather silly. So Firestorm is usually one of those abilities that you build into for other abilities. So you know, if you're going to be a Fissure Druid, for instance, Firestorm gives you 12% damage to that. If you're going to be a Molten Boulder Druid, you're going to get 8% from Firestorm. You know, Volcano gets damage from... sorry, Armageddon gets damage from Firestorm, but not Volcano. I don't know why. And it's really just a builder there. Like, if I were going to be a Firestorm Druid, which is a higher level skill, I would definitely put some points into Firestorm early on so that I can grab the synergy bonus to Fissure once I actually get there. Next on the list is Molten Boulder, and Molten Boulder has a nice little like kind of knockback effect and a little explosion, and it does like damage in like 3 different ways. So it has a fire wall that it sort of puts on the ground. It has an explosion damage when it hits the target. So it's when it smacks into the target, it does this sort of explosion. And then it also has a fire damage component which it hits on the ground. So it's a little difficult to actually calculate exactly how much damage it does, because it really depends on, you know, A, is the monster standing in the fire that it's created? You know, B, did it hit the monster? C, did the explosion hit the monster? The final explosion of the ability? And then, you know, D, did all of the above? Did everything hit him at the same time? And how long was he standing in it? And so forth and so on. It's kind of silly. So you notice there it says damage 420 to 498. So that damage is actually physical, if I remember correctly. And then it has fire damage 364 to 431. Average fire damage 450 to 462 per second. So it's got a whole lot going on there, and it also has a delay on it, which is not the greatest, so you can't really spam them. Which it'd be nice if you could spam them. One of the things about it, though, is it knocks targets back. Let me see if I can go somewhere where I actually have monsters that have enough hit points to take it. You notice how the explosion had a nice little effect there where it kind of stopped the monsters in their tracks for a brief period of time. And if you actually can kind of like get them in the path, I've noticed that it's sort of... no mana. It sort of knocks them back a little bit as well. And that little explosion is very similar to the micro stun that... for instance, Fireball has. Fireball has like a little tiny micro stun. Exploding Arrow has a little tiny micro stun. There's a lot of skills like that in the game that have these like little tiny micro stuns. And yes, you have to put all the points in the wind skills. You're right, Noir. And I was going to go over that in a minute. Armageddon is rather silly. I don't know why they force you to go through the entire the entire hurricane tree to get to Armageddon. And ow, you guys don't be rude. Don't be rude. Oh, you're immune to fire. Okay, we'll just be immune to fire then. I'm going to die here. No. No. I'm going to die here. I totally did die. That's what I get for not having good equipment. I hope you guys know that. Stop being rude. Where's my bow? Why is my bow suddenly not on my character? Don't take my bow off. Alright, so we're gonna go over the next skill now. There's no reason to keep going over Molten Boulder. I think it's pretty self-explanatory what Molten Boulder is. Alright, so next on the list we have Fissure, and I think Fissure is one of the more broken skills in the game, just in general. And you'll find out why. Fissure is this, like, land-based ability, which does a massive amount of damage to anything standing in the area. It's very similar to the way Blizzard works. So if you guys have ever seen the way Blizzard works, it's just a very stationary event. And it has these little things that come up out of the ground, and they damage pretty much anything that is standing on them or around them. And the damage is actually pretty nice. It's 1,351 to 1,400 every single time one of the fissures hits the target. So it's like, it's a constant damaging effect. It's not like it's just 1,300 damage one time. It's 1,300 to 1,400 damage over, you know, the entire duration of the skill, depending on how many times it hits them. And of course, you can stack it on top of monsters. So, you know, if you have a stationary monster, you can just sit there and you can just keep stacking the fissure on them over and over again. And of course, I'm negative resistances here. And this monster is immune to fire, of course. Which, didn't I say, there's a lot of immune to fire monsters. So, what you do with Fissure in general is it's very good in normal difficulty. There's not a lot of immune to fire monsters in normal difficulty. Very, very few, in fact. Bishy Bosch is immune to fire. He's always immune to fire. But very, very few immune to fire monsters in normal difficulty. So Fissure tends to be absolutely great for normal difficulty. But once you get to Nightmare in Hell, where the fire immunes start to pop up, especially in Hell, things start to go badly for the fire immune, the fire druids. But Fissure is a very, very lovely skill. It does have some downsides though, because it is a ground-based attack. It does have some issues in areas where ground is finite. So when you're in an area like Arcane Sanctuary, where the ground is not quite as readily available, sometimes the Fissure has trouble hitting targets. And it's mainly just because, you know, there's not a lot of ground to go around. I mean, you can keep spamming your skills. You can bring them back to areas where they can actually be hit. But for the most part, you'll notice it's a little bit more difficult to work your Fissure in areas where, holy crap, +2 Bone Spirit, +2 Decrepit Pie, +3 Bone Spear. Man, if that had +2 to Necro, all Necro skills, that'd be a great little trophy there. Yeah. +3 to Bone Spear and +2 to Decrepify. Sorry, this is not Day of the Necromancer. This is Day of the Druid. I'm sorry. I will put the emblem on the ground. I will put the emblem. You know what? I'm not putting it on the ground. You guys can shove it. I'm putting it in my stash. So again, Fissure a little bit more difficult to use in areas where ground is sort of finite, and there's not a lot of abilities like this that are very limited to the ground space. But if it does happen to spawn like directly on the platform, it does do a lot of damage. But you notice that sometimes it doesn't spawn on the platform at all, just about like maybe 1 or 2 fissures, and it might not be in the exact place you need those fissures to be. But if you spawn it like directly on an open area like this, you get lots and lots of fissures. What's up, Kasha? Haha. Nice to see you in chat, buddy. All right, so next on the list we have Volcano, and Volcano doesn't really do a lot of damage. If you look at it, it's 285 to 292, and that's maxed, with fire damage of 487 to 498. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, that's not really the greatest. And it kind of isn't. When you actually go and use it, like for instance out here in Darkwood, you'll notice that it's kind of random. The balls just kind of go wherever they want to go, and but each one of the balls is doing that amount of damage, so it's not as awful as it sounds. Now, when you actually go use it in like the actual field and you're trying to kill things, it's a little bit more difficult to actually get it to hit where you would like to hit. As you can see, it doesn't really quite do what you need it to do. But I have noticed that with Volcano in particular, if you spawn it directly under their arsehole, the Volcano tends to do pretty well if it's right underneath their butthole. And that's pretty much the only way you can get Volcano to be effective, is to literally spawn it directly underneath their butt. And if you're fighting a boss or something like that, it's actually quite easy to be able to spawn it right underneath their butthole. You know, because they tend to stand kind of still. Like Shank the Overseer here, I can get it right underneath his butthole fairly easily. And I know we're doing a lot of butthole talk here, but it's important with Volcano, okay? It's very important. You gotta make sure you get the fire damage right in there. How much FCR does Druid need? Does Druid need? So that's an interesting question, and basically the answer is 3 different breakpoints. So FCR, we talked about this earlier, is man, he starts out with a pretty awful breakpoint of 18, which if you compare that to Sorceress's, Sorceress has a breakpoint of 13 with 0 FCR. So 18 is pretty bad for Druid. It's for bad. It's not for good. It's for bad. A lot of his skills are timed though, so it doesn't really matter too much. Bear and Wolf form have much better casting frames, but of course you can only cast Armageddon with them and summons, so that's a thing. And let's see here. And if you're asking how much do they need, it's probably how much you can effectively put on them. 99% is probably where you're going to end up, which is 11 frames. 163% is probably too far away for most people, unless you've really got some pretty sweet, awesome gear. 163% is their last one, which is 10 frames. So volcano under the butt, and makes it quite effective right underneath the butthole, the eye of the butt. Gets you the extra damage, and then finally we're left with Armageddon, and Armageddon is such a difficult skill to build, and as Noir was talking about earlier about how it's very difficult to get to Armageddon. I'm going to highlight his post there. It's very difficult to get to it. You've got to build the entire stupid dumb tree literally to get to the ability. You have to build Firestorm, Molten Boulder, Fissure, Volcano, Arctic Blast, Cyclone Armor, Twister, Tornado, Hurricane to get to it. So it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 point investment to get to Armageddon. 10 points, and you've only got 1 point in the skill. And then Armageddon's not even that impressive. It's really not. It's really not the most impressive ability. You use it, and it's very random. It kind of hits all over the place. There's no guarantee it'll actually hit a target. Like, you can run around, and chances are, like, certain targets will just completely avoid being hit by it. Even if you stand still, and you just kind of wait for targets to maybe somehow wander into the range, it's these guys are pretty close. I think those guys are pretty close, and they're not getting hit. And it's a lot of damage. Don't get me wrong. It's 4,681 damage with a pretty good damage on the fire per second. It's almost 1,000 per second on the fire that hits the ground. But it still has to actually hit the targets. And you've got to put yourself in harm's way to use it as well. So you have to be in there, actually, being useful. Now, granted, if you were a Armageddon Druid, you would probably also be putting volcanoes underneath people's buttholes. So let me go ahead and pull out my volcanoes here, and let's start casting some volcanoes too. We got little butthole volcanoes and our little Armageddon running. No, come here. I'm gonna cast my little butthole volcanoes on you. I mean, you can probably all already see an issue here is that Armageddon requires you to get really close. It doesn't have any form of CC attached to it. The monsters don't really they don't really get micro stunned by the hits from the NATO or the Armageddon, and it's not the greatest ability, and it just has so much of a point cost. I think a lot of people just avoid building it, and it's really up to you if you want to build a fire druid. Build a fire druid. You're probably going to need an infinity to make it work because of the immunity issues, but it's there. All right. So next we're going to go through the other side of the tree, and the other side of the tree starts with a rather silly ability called Arctic Blast. And I've actually built an Arctic Blast Druid, so everybody go ahead and laugh. It's okay. And the Arctic Blast Druid that I built was max Arctic Blast, mind you, and I had so much fun building my Arctic Blast Druid. You guys don't even know. And he was awful. He was absolutely awful. And I was dedicated to it. I was absolutely dedicated. I'm like, if I put enough points, if I get enough cold resistance, if I get enough blessed skills, if I get enough charms. I was rocking back and forth in my sleep because it wouldn't work. And so Arctic Blast is very similar to Inferno, and while the damage seems nice, it's 1,030 to 1,118 per second, and so you would think that that would be a good thing. But look at like how many puffs are in like a 1,000. All right, so 1,000. You see how many puffs are in a 1,000? So let's do that again. Let's see if we can actually count them. So 1,000. So that's like almost like 20 puffs. So your 1,030 to 1,118 damage is being spread out over like 13 puffs of your little Arctic Blast, and so you're not getting anywhere near the kind of damage that you think you're getting, because instead of doing the amount of damage that it's saying, it's taking a rather large time to deal that 1,000 damage to a target. On top of that, every single puff has to hit the target. So all these little tiny puffs that you see, these little blue Cheetos, these little blue cheese balls, they all have to hit the target. So if you don't have a monster that's literally standing still like this for you, that you can just walk away and then do this and hit him with every single puff of your little Cheeto blast, you know, it's not going to do a massive amount of damage. It's subpar even at its best, and that's saying a lot for the skill, because subpar is being very nice. And coming from a person who's actually built an Arctic Blast Druid, I think I spent far too much time on it on this skill already, talking about it. It's not great. So next we're going to talk about Cyclone Armor, and Cyclone Armor is absolutely amazing, and I need hand gestures here because it is absolutely amazing. So what Cyclone Armor does is it absorbs elemental damage based on how high the skill is, and it's basically just a flat number. And when you cast it, bam, you now have a shield versus fire, cold, and lightning. So it will not protect you from physical, it will not protect you from poison, and it will not protect you from magic damage. But it will protect you from fire, cold, and lightning damage up to 1,456 damage, which is just amazing. And not only that, but it can be recast at will anytime to refresh that 1,456 absorption, just like that. Now, it does have kind of a high mana cost of 25, but if you're an elemental druid, you should have more mana than me anyway. This is not an elemental druid, so you can probably just spam cast it. And in PvP, it's absolutely amazing, because any monster, any player that has elemental damage in the form of fire, cold, or lightning is going to have to get through your Cyclone Armor before they can hit your actual HP pool. I do remember building myself a 95% all resistance Wind Druid with max Cyclone Armor and going out and laughing at the sorceresses that tried to kill me because they were all trying to deal fire, lightning, and cold damage. And I could just stand there and just cast my Cyclone Armor and laugh. And that was a lot of fun. But, you know, it's a purely defensive ability, so there's that. And it also has 3 synergies, and those 3 synergies are in the wind tree. So we're going to go over the next skill, and that is Twister. So Twister is probably the lesser of the abilities for Druid, but it is a stun, so if you happen to be a wind Druid, it's nice to have. And you're going to build it as a synergy for Hurricane anyway, so let's go ahead and go over it. So it's 3 little Twisters, and the Twisters have a stun attached to them of 0.4 seconds, which may not seem like a lot, but 0.4 seconds can be a lot when you are a class that has a lot of faster cast rate. So imagine if you are fighting a large group of monsters and you've got your Hurricane up and you're just spamming your tornadoes, keeping those monsters from being able to hit you or do anything to you. It can be very useful to just micro stun everything over and over again. And since all 3 of the Twisters will micro stun, and there's 3 of them that travel out in a little random pattern, and they go through targets, they don't disappear when they actually hit a target, you can do a pretty massive amount of stunning to a rather large group of monsters, especially like cows and whatnot. Sometimes, like, if I'm not particularly the most useful member of the group, I like on bail runs and stuff like that, I'll just sit in the back and I'll just spam my little Twisters and stun everything and make it like 1,000 times easier for my group to kill everything because the monsters can't fight back. and I always thought that was pretty hilarious. So one of the interesting things about Twister and also Tornado is if you look at your tree here, or your character's panel, you notice that the damage numbers are written in white. All right, so if we go to Hurricane's damage numbers are written in blue, and if we go to Volcano's damage numbers are written in red. The reason why that is because they represent the damage type of the skill with the color. Right? So if the damage type is fire, it's red. If it's blue, it's cold. So what is white? Well, white is physical damage. So your Twister and your Tornado are doing physical damage, not cold damage, which is very, very useful because if you come across monsters that are cold immune, then you're not going to be able to kill them with your Hurricane, but you are going to be able to kill them with your Tornado or your Twister, which is very, very nice. Now, Tornado, is your main damage ability as a Wind Druid, aside from Hurricane, which is your like passive damage ability. And the problem with Tornado is it doesn't really go straight. It doesn't really go straight at all. It kind of does what it wants, which is an interesting thing. Let me go grab some more mana potions real quick. Since I am a windy druid, I'm gonna need some mana potions for the spamming of abilities. No, sir. So getting your tornadoes to go straight is a whole thing, and it does actually take a little bit of practice, I've noticed. Like if you click on the catapult right here, you'll notice that it kinda like maybe goes toward the catapult. And the further away it gets from where you're standing, the more like difficult it is to get the tornado to go exactly where you actually want it to go. And sometimes it, like, even if you click in the same place multiple times, it still doesn't necessarily follow the same path that you got it to go that way in the first place. And there was a funny video that was on a little while ago, Carbot Animations, where he's literally spamming his tornadoes at the target, and they're all going around the targets and not hitting them. So what do you do with Tornado? Well, the easiest way to hit somebody with Tornado is to get in their face. It's a very in-your-face ability, and this actually works out well because, moving on to the next skill, Hurricane is an in-your-face ability. So as a Wind Druid, I usually recommend that Wind Druids build blocking, and you guys might laugh at me for this, but as a Wind Druid, you need to be up in there. Like, you need to be up in the combat. And a lot of the times you're getting beat down because you're up in the combat. And it's nice for you to have a little bit of block on your Wind Druid so he can actually take the damage that's being dished out. So let's go grab a shield for him real quick. I don't actually have a bunch of like faster blocking equipment or stuff, but what I do have is I have a shale shield, which does have 40% increased blocking rate. Which is not going to be everything that I need, but it's going to be some of it. And it doesn't really matter what weapon I put on. I guess let's grab a Crystal Sword of the Aegis. Yes. Yes. Unlimited power. And we'll get to that. Like mixing the skills. I'll talk about that in a bit. So having a tank is nice. But here we go. Let me show you what a Wind Druid is all about. So let's pull up our Hurricane. We've got our Hurricane running. We've got our Tornado on our left click. And look at how close we need to be to a target for our Hurricane to actually get in there and damage things. It's pretty darn close. Like, you've got to get pretty darn close to actually make your Hurricane go to work. And so a lot of the times on a Wind Druid, you're putting yourself in harm's way to get your damage off. It's much like a melee character has to be close to deal his damage, so do you have to be close to get your Hurricanes to go off. Now, you're not like exactly melee range. You know, you're like just shy of melee range. You're like the guy with the really, really long pole arm, like longer than a cryptic axe. Like it's like a horse pike. Like, that's you. You're the horse pike guy. So you're like behind the melee guys, and you've got like a really long stick, and you're jabbing things. Like, that's you. You're right there at the borderline of where melee and ranged like start to mingle together. And so you're going to find yourself in combat a lot, like within melee range, within lightning range, within Frost Nova range, which murdered me, of course, because I didn't actually have enough resistance to counter it. -10 resistance is not a lot of resistances. I should have had my Cyclone armor up. That's what I should have had. If I had my Cyclone armor up, I would have been fine. See, that's what I get. No Cyclone armor. If I was a rich man. Oh, deedle 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 dum. So, as you can see, very, very tanky abilities for the Hurricane Druid, though, because he has Cyclone armor, he doesn't take very much elemental damage, and then if you build up things like block or your defense, you can mitigate most of the physical damage in that way. So that's nice. Of course, you have to keep your eye on Cyclone armor and make sure that it's actually up. You know, unlike me. So don't be a Ginger Gaming mentor. Be a smart person. And keep your Cyclone armor up, so you're actually mitigating that damage. So if you're in the case of like this Inferno, you see he's dealing absolutely no damage to me because the Cyclone armor is absorbing that Inferno, and that's very nice. Of course, if you run across a monster that is poison or magic damage, you got to make sure you're watching out for that. So Unravelers are magic damage. There's also a lot of monsters that are highly physical damage, like you still have to watch out for Stygian dolls in Act 3 and various things like that. And it's an interesting build. JB88 said, I was thinking of picking a Druid for my first ever playthrough of D2R. Should I, or is this a bad idea? I mean, it would definitely be an easy class to build. If you were going to build a Druid, what kind of Druid would you build? Elemental? Elemental Druids, I think, are more on the easy side. I could definitely see an Elemental Druid being your first build. Shape-shifting Druids, not as much on the easy side, more gear-dependent. I probably wouldn't do that as a first character. Summoning Druids, also very gear-dependent. I probably wouldn't do that as a first character either. But an Elemental Druid, a Windy Druid, sure. The problem with Wind Druid is if you look at the skills, your first real damage skill in the Wind Tree is Tornado, and that's going to be a, what is that, level 24 skill? I believe it's level 24. So you can't even access your first damaging ability until level 24, which is not great. So what you have to do to be a Wind Druid early on is you want to go and you want to start Fire, and you want to build Fissure. Get your Fissure up as high as possible. Get the synergies up for Fissure as high as possible. And just build that until you're like level 30, like until you get to like Act 1 Nightmare. Usually around Act 1 Nightmare, you're looking at pretty decent level. You can get enough points into Tornado, Hurricane, things like that, and you can start working on the Wind Tree for Sirius. But until then, I would definitely recommend, if you're going to build a Wind Druid, go Fire first and then respec. Yeah, but Mega Doodoo, it takes you out too, though, because, you know, the explosion, you know, once it hits the fire, you get that huge explosion ability, and then, you know, that's a lot of collateral damage. DD Mega Doodoo. Oh no, I'm out of teleport scrolls, and I'm out of identify scrolls. Alright, so we have covered I want to say every single ability. What we haven't covered is mixing the trees, so we're going to cover that real quick. Mixing the trees together. So if you're a Wind Druid, what other abilities might you get as a Wind Druid? Well, I would recommend Ravens. Ravens have the ability to blind things, so having those up while you're running your Hurricane can actually be very, very useful. So you're running around with your Hurricane, and monsters are trying to kill you, and you get your Ravens in there, and they can just start blinding things. I wouldn't recommend like stacking 20 points in Ravens or anything. I mean, if you want to do that, that's fine. But it's definitely one of those things that can be helpful to make sure that monsters are being blinded and they're not being able to see you. This guy right here is resistant to cold, so I can use my tornadoes on him. And, man, he blasted my Cyclone armor away. Also, a tank might be helpful as a Hurricane Druid. It's just something to take the damage away from you. So a Grizzly Bear could be a useful item, kind of like a Golem is to a Necromancer, just to sort of keep the damage away from you specifically. I wouldn't recommend building 20 points into him or anything, but enough so that he's survivable to be able to keep those monsters away from you. And you know, unlike the Necromancer's skeletons that have to be summoned from a corpse, your Grizzly can just be summoned at any time. So it's not that big of a deal if he dies. You just summon another one and move on with your life. Also, the sages, the little spirits. So the spirits tend to be very useful no matter what build you're doing. So Oak Sage could be very, very useful, for instance, as a Hurricane Druid. You're probably not going to build Heart of the Wolverine as a Hurricane Druid, because that's physical damage, that's attack rating. But you could very well build Heart of the Wolverine for something like a Werewolf Druid, a Bear Druid, a Summoning Druid. It does have uses in those three trees. And then we got Spirit of the Barbs. Did we ever go over Spirit of the Barbs? I don't think we did. So Spirit of the Barbs is basically just thorns. That's all it is. It's just thorns. It's the same thing as Paladin's thorns, and it's the same thing as the Necromancer's Iron Maiden. It is a damage returned effect, and if you notice here, it's only 450% damage returned, which is really low compared to the Paladins. I'm gonna die because I'm not paying attention. Stop throwing things at me while I'm clicking on stuff on the other screen. Bink. So, Paladin's Thorns, I believe it's like 1,000 something percent at level 20. Yeah, 1,110 at, or 1,010 at level 20. So it's not even half of the rated value of the Thorns for Paladins, and Paladin's Thorns is at level 20 isn't even that great. So Spirit of the Barbs might not be the best ability in the world, and even if you were to go with a Thorns build, like say for instance you were going to be a Summoning Druid, I would still recommend going with Heart of the Wolverine as a Summoning Druid, and then maybe grabbing the Act 2 Thorns Merc, or grab the Bramble Armor, or get yourself an Edge Bow, all of which will give you a Thorns ability added to your Mercenary, and just work it that way instead. But just be warned that for Thorns to be viable even in Hell at all, you're going to need Amplify damage of some type being applied to the monsters. And as a Druid, you're not going to have a good, reliable source of Amplify damage. So I would recommend not using Thorns in Hell difficulty. Basically what I'm saying in a nutshell here is don't use Spirit of the Barbs probably ever, unless maybe you were in a group of like 3 druids and you already had one that had max Oak Sage, and then you already had another one that had max Heart of the Wolverine, and you just had nothing else to put your points into, and you always played with those 3 other druids. Maybe that would be the only time you'd throw some points into it, just so that you would have all of the spirits. But I can't see that ever being an actual like reality. PvP wise, multi-skills for PvP. So believe it or not, your Spirit Wolves are actually good for PvP for one particular reason. They're like little satellites that will absorb damage. So imagine, if you will, somebody shoots a bone spirit at you and it hits one of your wolves and he dies. Oh well, he's absorbed one attack for you. He's like a little orb that's rotating around you in a circle and is helping to prevent the damage that you're taking. If a sorceress shoots a frozen orb at you, the little effects from the frozen orb actually do get absorbed as they hit targets. So they would in effect absorb part of that damage and prevent it from hitting you. So having a couple points in Summon Spirit Wolf, having those 5 little things rotating around you in a circle, absorbing damage, actually is helpful. And I've actually seen it personally firsthand. There was a Hurricane Druid who was PvPing in one of the games I was playing in, and he had his 5 spirit wolves, and the 5 spirit wolves were just absorbing my bone spirits, making them absolutely useless. And of course, I switched to bone spears at that point because at that point I needed to penetrate through the wolves, but it was a little bit more difficult to hit somebody with a bone spear who's teleporting around like a crazy madman. Of course, you know, you have to use your bone spirits as a defensive mechanism as a necromancer, so it's like a whole thing. You kind of like run with your bone spirits, and then you use your bone spear as your attack ability. And it just didn't work out because the summoned spirit wolves were absorbing those hits, and even if they didn't have very much health, it doesn't matter. They were getting one shot by the bone spirit, but they were absorbing the bone spirit, and then therefore, you know, taking it out of the equation. Now, of course, you've got your Carrion Vine and your Solar Creeper, which are good to use on your characters as well. It's kind of nice to have a vine. I think a lot of druids will build a vine, not entirely, but a couple points into it, so they have a nice vine that's rolling around. And when I say a couple points, basically what I mean is enough so that it doesn't die all the time, so that it has a decent amount of hit points, so it's not always dead. Of course, you've got your Carrion Vine, which heals your health, and you've got your Solar Creeper, which restores mana. So it's really a matter of what do I need specifically? Do I need mana or do I need health? If you're an Elemental Druid, a Solar Creeper could definitely come in handy, restoring your mana so you don't need very many mana potions. And if you're a Druid, like a Shapeshifter Druid, then I could totally see your Carrion Vine coming in handy with the heals health. But it's really up to you which one you want to use. Maybe you could switch back and forth depending on which one you need at any given moment. But of course, that's splitting your points up a lot, and that might not be very effective. Now, the shape-shifting tree, shockwave does come in handy when you're building the summoning tree. So if you're a summoner, having a nice shockwave could be really nice. You could also theoretically build into the summoning tree, and then you could also grab Rabies. So Rabies has a very low cost. It's only really one, like if you wanted to be like the dirt cheapest Rabies druid that ever existed, you could put 1 point into lycanthropy, you could put 1 point into werewolf, and then you could put 20 points into Rabies, and you could put 20 points into poison creeper. So you're looking at a maximum point investment there of 42 points, which still leaves you with a large number of points to spend elsewhere. So you could theoretically be a Rabies/summoning druid and then get tons and tons of plus to skills, and then let your little army of wolves run in there and then bite and run away. And it would be very, very similar to a poison dagger necromancer. If you think about it, a poison dagger necromancer builds his little army. He's got his little poison dagger. He runs in, he goes, stabs him with his poison dagger, and then runs away, and then watches the hilarity ensue from the massive amount of poison damage that he does with his dagger. But of course, with the Rabies druid, you have another added effect there, which is the spreading of the poison between all the monsters that are nearby. So, you know, you bite them, you let it spread to all of them, and it does a pretty massive amount of damage. And point-wise, you could totally build those two together. Can you build anything together with Fire Claws? The answer is no. Fire Claws just has too much point investment. I don't really know how you're going to build anything with Fire Claws without sacrificing massive amounts of damage on Fire Claws itself. Let's see here. What are some other interesting things? So Werebear and Werewolf can actually get you out of the doll shape that one of the rune words gives you. So there is a rune word in the game. I believe it's called, is it Delirium? Delirium? I believe it's Delirium. Let me double check this because I don't want to be wrong. I don't want to be wrong. So Delirium actually turns you into a doll, I think is what it is. It's like a Stygian doll or something. 1% chance to cast level 50 Delirium. Where is it? What is it? Beep, 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 beep. So basically, it turns you into like a little doll, and I can't remember exactly what the little doll looks like. It's been a while since I've actually used Delirium, but it's actually commonly used by druids, and the reason why is because Druids can actually untransform from the doll form. So nobody else can actually untransform from the doll form except for Druids. And the way they do it is you just simply, when you're in the doll form, you transform into the werewolf or the bear. And then you transform back. So even if you were an elemental druid or something like that, if you wanted to use a delirium, which I'm not exactly sure, what the exact uses of the delirium would be, put 1 point into werewolf. It's the easiest one there, 1 point into werewolf. That way you can just transform and transform back and get out of that little bone fetish or little Stygian doll form. And it's very easy to do. You just have it on swap, and you just get you just transform back, and you're done, and you're out of the Stygian form. And it's a very rare effect. It's like 1% chance, so you're not going to see it like all the time. You just gotta be ready to transform and transform back real quick to make sure you don't end up getting murdered. And let's see. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I've missed before we go play our little Hurricane Druid. I actually do have a Hurricane Druid. I know that Hurricane Druid was the choice for yesterday, so that's what we're gonna play around with. I mean, Cyclone armor could theoretically be used in other forms. You can't cast it specifically like as a werewolf. So if you go here and you look at your Cyclone armor, you can't cast it as a werewolf. But if you were to build a little bit of Cyclone armor or put some points into Cyclone armor, it's not going to be as good without its synergies. But you can basically cast it while you're in your regular form and then go into your werewolf form, and they'll still have it, which is kind of nice. It does decently without the synergies. Let me double check real quick here. So Cyclone armor without the synergies at level 20 is 265 elemental damage absorbed, which isn't the greatest, but it does have like no actual duration, like no duration whatsoever. So it just lasts forever until it's gone. And you know exactly when it's gone because the little wisps disappear from around your character. So all you would have to do at that point is transform out, hit your Cyclone armor, and then transform back in. So it's not a huge deal. And I mean, if you did have some extra points, you could throw them into some of the synergies just to get that up. But that really depends on what you're building. So if you want to have Cyclone armor on one of your other characters, you can kind of make that happen. There are ways that you can like combine trees and stuff like that, but they're more complicated builds. A lot of people tend to focus specifically on what they want as opposed to, like spreading their points out. One thing I would definitely recommend is that if you try and build a summoning druid, don't spread your points out. You need as many points as you can into your summon spirit wolf, your dire wolf, and your grizzly until they're all maxed. And once you have them all maxed, you're going to need as much plus the skills as you can possibly get. And then you're going to have to start working on Heart of the Wolverine and probably one of these carrion vines to help keep you alive. But it's a whole interesting thing with the summoning tree. It's very specific and it's very focused. And if you spend your points too much into other trees, it's not going to work out for you. And even in hell difficulty, you're going to have a lot of trouble, and you're going to need a lot of gear to support your build. Things like a beast weapon for fanaticism. You're going to need things like might aura on your merc to increase the damage. You're going to need some form of amplify damage, even if it's not a steady form. Because the amplify damage is going to help break those physical immunities, and there's going to be a lot of physical immunes that your wolves and stuff are not going to be able to get through. There's a whole thing. What do we think about being able to set players 8 on BattleNet when playing alone? I think it defeats the entire purpose of being online with other players. I mean, the entire purpose of being able to do it while you're in single player is that you can't play with other people. So you're a single player, you're by yourself, you're at your house, you have no internet connection, there's nobody else in your house. So the ability to set players 8 is useful. It allows you to simulate that difficulty without other players. But the entire point of that online is so that you're forced to interact with other people. A lot of what Diablo 2 is forced interaction. Say you're killing a boss, the boss drops an item, it's a unique item, you don't get the unique item. And the first thing you do is you start typing in a chat, and you're like, "Oh my God, was that a shocko?" And you're like, and the other dude goes, "Yeah, it was a shocko." And you're like, "Oh my God, I really need that. What do you want for it?" All caps, by the way, all caps. It's forced interaction, and the same thing with Players 8. It's forced interaction. To get Players 8, you have to play with other people, and it forces interaction. And that forced interaction leads to friendships. It leads to enemies. It leads to to clan invites. It leads to trading. It leads to all sorts of things. But in this day and age, I hate to say it, but people sometimes need forced interaction to get them to actually talk to each other and interact. Diablo 3 is proof in the pudding of that, because when you play Diablo 3, it feels like you're playing alone. Diablo 2 doesn't need anything that helps, that makes you feel like you're playing alone. The whole point of Diablo 2 online is to play with other people. And I think that having Players 8 as a command in a online setting kind of ruins that. Perhaps if you limited it to require other players in the game. So say, for instance, you had like 3 of your buddies. Like maybe you had 4 people. Like you and 3 other people. And you wanted to play on Players 8 difficulty as a 4-man. I could see that. I could see having the option to be able to play on Players 8 as like a 4-man group. But the other issue here is that if you allow online players to be able to set the difficulty, you're also allowing them to up the drop rate. And upping the drop rate, since it is tied into that, would allow the bots to be able to up the drop rate. And then you would have situations where one bot is able to go into an 8-man game and just have maximum magic find, essentially, which is not a good thing. What's up, Crushed Quiddy? I try my best to explain things. I am an explainer. Alright, so this is the part of the video where we go to the newbie character, I guess. I don't really have a newbie character on Battle.net, do I? Well, since we wanted to see an actual hurricane druid, God bless it, I can't even remember my own password. Let's go take a look at an actual real hurricane druid. So I actually have one. His name is not Doo-Doo. His name is not Doo-Doo. I promise it's not Doo-Doo. Pretty sure it's not Doo-Doo anyway. His name is GGM NATO. What's up, NATO? Come on, little NATO. Let's go have a party. Let's go kill stuff together. Yeah, yeah, yeah. GGM NATO. So GGM NATO is running a rather modest set of skills and abilities. He has some points into Solar Creeper, 2, I think. He has Oak Sage for a little bit of extra health. He's running nothing in the shapeshifting tree. He's also running the entire elemental tree here on the right side. So he has no points in the Arctic Blast, but he has quite a few points in the Cyclone armor. He's running Twister, Max Tornado, and Max Hurricane, and he's working on maxing everything else out. It's going to take him some time. As you can see, his resistances aren't that great, but I never really have much problem with resistances because Cyclone armor is so amazing. I just got to make sure I keep that up, which, you know, if I fail to keep it up, I will die horribly and painfully in the resistance department. And I mean, really, you just get yourself started. You get your Cyclone armor up. You grab your little solar creeper, and then you grab your hurricane, and you got your tornado on your left click here, and that's pretty much it. And as for gear, I'm running a spirit sword. I've got +2 to all skills, and I'm running a Moser's Blessed Circle to beef up my resistances a little bit. I was wondering why my resistances were so low. Like, that can't be my main set of equipment. That can't be. Noony. I could be using 2 spirits, but I just decided for some resistances that would be nice. And as I said before, having a little bit better block rate is nice because you're in there and you're fighting all the time. And while you don't have to worry about the elemental damage, you do have to worry about the physical damage. The arrows coming in, the swords, the axes and whatnot. Then I'm running Spirit Shroud just because it's something that I had laying around. It's got Cannot Be Frozen on it. It's kind of nice. I've got a Jala's Mane with an rune in it, which doesn't really help me out the super greatest, but it's something that somebody handed me for free, and I really couldn't turn it down. And then I've got a Night Smoke for the damage taken goes to mana, which actually helps out a lot more than you would believe, because I'm constantly in there getting beat up, and 50% damage taken goes to mana is very nice. And I don't even know why I'm using a Mantled Heal. I guess to regenerate mana, and then the Faster Cast Ring, Tear Haunch Greaves, some more mana. I need more faster casts. I don't even have enough faster casts, but whatever. Let's go kill some stuff. I'm in Act 1 Hell, so this will be interesting. I'm a level 70 Druid in Act 1 Hell. How the hell did that happen? I don't even remember doing that. I don't remember being. I thought I had him to Hell difficulty. How the hell did I get him to level 70 without doing anything in Hell? So here we go. We got our first monster I can't kill. So he is physical and cold immune, which means that I am completely incapable of doing damage to him at all. Also, I forgot my Merc. Where's my Merc? I'm pretty sure I had a decent Merc. I don't remember what he had on him. Actually, I'm not even sure if I had a decent Merc. He might be the worst Merc in the world. Let's find out. 36,000? That sounds about right for a level 70 Merc. So he's got a cold skin on. He has a bramble mask, great helm, and a razor tine trident. Yeah, he's not. That's not the greatest. But he's level 70. Okay, he's level 70. So let's give him a break. Alright, let's get in here. Let's dish out some damage. Let's go clear the Den of Evil, shall we? You guys are just immune to cold. Alright, just be immune to cold then. I don't care. Oh yeah, do I got my... Okay, yeah, I got that on my list. Alright, good. And as you can see, the Wind Druid, he does pretty good. Hell, Act 1 Hell. I'm not maxed out on anything yet. I still got quite a bit of leg room yet for my Tornado and my Hurricane to grow. They're only level 30 right now, and I could totally get them higher than that. I am running a couple plus Elemental Skills Charms, but as far as like equipment goes, nowhere near where I could be on plus the skills. And of course, you know, these cold immune monsters are everywhere, and that's one of the reasons why I'm like, I really understand why so many people build cold sorceresses, because there's just so many cold immunes all over the place, and I don't really know what's going on there. But you know, as a Wind Druid, you have another option, so you've got that nice physical damage component added to your attacks, which really helps you out a ton. And then of course, you know, as things get close to you, they also get sort of chilled, which is very effective. So if they're not immune to cold, you'll see that they get slowed down, and that's going to help you a ton as far as monsters getting in there and actually beating you up. And of course, casting speed would help me a ton on my tornadoes, but it's not like I can ever get them to go exactly where I want to anyway. So I need to get really close and just work them into their faces. Like, here, have a tornado. Can you actually imagine like somebody shooting tornadoes at you? Wouldn't that be a little ridiculous? Like somebody just comes up to you and then just starts shooting tornadoes in your direction. I'd be a little freaked out. I'd be like, look, dude. You can't just walk into a house and shoot tornadoes at people. That's not how life works. The Druid's like, tornadoes? What about hurricanes? Just freaking hurricane starts in your house. Stuff flying everywhere, and you've got absolutely no choice but to die. I actually really like that about the hurricane in Diablo 2 Resurrected, by the way. It Yep, and pops a volcano at your butt. That's right. because if the hurricane and the tornadoes weren't enough, a volcano up your butt. Right up your bum. Right up your bum bum. Ancient Tunnels is a good place for Cold Sorceresses to farm. That's right. But the Countess, which is one of the best rune farming places, the Countess is immune to cold. So if you want to farm runes, I guess you're not doing it on a Cold Sorceress unless you got a really nice Merc or an alternate ability. There's also a lot of other monsters in the game which are immune to cold, which really hamper things. Plus, there's the entire Crystalline Passage, where just about everything in there is immune to cold, and it does make things a little difficult. You know, there's always particular areas, like fire immunes have a lot of trouble in Hell. Hell difficult. I mean, you know, Act 4 has a ton of fire immunes, so when you go in there, there's a big issue. Of course, there's a lot of cold immunes and a lot of poison immunes and a lot of lightning immunes in there too. So. But I feel like there's, like, proportionately, I think the fire immunes are a greater number than the rest. I think Act 4 just really kind of tests your character in general, because it is really kind of like a really stupid zone. For immunities, anyway. Look at all these juvies I got. I want some juvies down on my belt. Give me the juvies down on my belt. Sir, stop it. So right now my hurricane doesn't have a very long duration, and because it doesn't have a very long duration, it's only like 26 seconds, so I've got to recast it all the time. So I kind of have to keep it on my bar. What's up, Bishy Bosh? Immune to fire, immune to cold. Die. Now, of course, Hurricane Druids actually get even better when you get Teleport. So if you get yourself an Enigma, it's very helpful, because obviously your damage is based on where you're standing, and if you can move yourself around faster, you can definitely get your damage to the target quicker. So you teleport on top of things with your Hurricane up, and you let your Hurricane do the business, get the business done. What's up, Pupule? Hello. Well, you were in the right place, because I'm going over everything. You may have missed some of my earlier videos, but you're welcome to check them out. I have a... we did basically day of for like every character, including the Druid, which we're doing right now. The only one we haven't covered so far yet is the Amazon. That's going to be the next day of. So when we finish this video, whenever that happens, we will move on to the Amazon tomorrow and do the day of the Amazon. We haven't decided what kind of Amazon I'm going to play yet, so we could do that right now, actually. And I pretty much know like what Amazons to choose, so let's do that poll. Actually, you know what? First we got to choose what's going to be tomorrow. Okay, so what class is tomorrow's video? Amazon. Alright, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is where you make or break the game. You need to choose which class we're going to start tomorrow, so I hope you guys like this poll. I'm going to bring it up because I want to see you guys voting on it. Where's my poll? There's my poll. Good. Good. Reload this. Reloads. There you go. Choose wisely what class we'll be playing tomorrow. Choose wisely. The wisest of choices. Playing a frozen orb sorceress and nightmare. Nice. I buy more potions than a crackhead buy crack. Well, you need some points in warmth, and having a larger mana pool actually helps a lot with warmth, because warmth is based on your mana pool, so how big your mana pool is. And it should be at the top of the chat, Sashimi. You might have to refresh the page. Twister. Twit. I need a little bit more duration on my dang hurricane, but... I need more damage on my hurricane, too. Look, Himmler, sir. Back off. I hope you guys like this poll. This poll was brought to you by Ginger Gaming Mentors silliness department. They said that we didn't have enough silliness in the videos, and that we definitely needed more. So I bring you the poll for tomorrow's class. 23% enhanced damage and 5 to maximum damage. That's actually not bad. Look here, sirs. I'm trying to look at my equipment. Stop being rude to me. I got tornadoes for you. Oh, immune to physical, immune to cold. The second monster we can't kill. I don't know what he's doing, but I'm just going to move over here away from you, sir. Yeah, so if you want to check out the other day of videos, I have quite a few of those already. We covered the Paladin, we covered the Barbarian, we covered the Necromancer, we covered the Sorceress, and we covered the... Why can't I remember the last one? That's terrible. My brain fart. We covered the brain fart. That's what we covered. The Assassin! Yes, the Assassin. We covered the Assassin. So if you're playing a Sorceress right now and you want to like catch up on the Sorceress, I do have that one on there right now already. It could help you out a ton with your Sorceress. I don't know, maybe not. It's up to you. Here, I'll paste it. There's my Sorceress. That's the Sorceress Day of video. Lots to go over with the Sorceress. Definitely an interesting class. So, Druid, dude. Druid, come on, Druid, let's go. We ain't got time for all this. Actually, we didn't get our skill point. What is wrong with me? We didn't get our skill point. We need to go get Den of Evil's skill point. Watch frickin' Corpse Fire be immune to physical and immune to cold, and I won't be able to kill him. That's happened before, by the way. I've seen that before, where... How does all of the choices have the same number of votes? Who did that, sir? Sirs, you cannot do this. That is mutiny. That is mutiny. Mutiny. Wait, I haven't voted yet. Aha. Yes, I will vote for Zonazon. Haha. I have ruined your evenness. The evenness has been ruined. I don't know how you guys even did that. Stop being rude to me. It's like them posts on Facebook where they're like, keep the number of hearts, likes, and smiles the same. And I'm like, this is difficult. And everybody's like constantly clicking them on and off to try and figure out what number the numbers are. I wish Hurricane destroyed them in little ice blocks more often. What's up, Uba Skills? Chat wins again. What if I unvote? Ah, you didn't think about that, did you? What if I unvote? Oh no, I can't unvote. No! No, I cannot unvote! In the beginning, like in the first phase, there were definitely a lot of crashes when swapping between Legacy and regular mode. I didn't crash any while I was actually in Legacy mode, though. And then on top of that, when they patched it for the second phase, so we're for the open beta phase, I didn't crash really at all. Uh-oh, here comes the sheep scream. It's late. It's late, sheep scream. The latest of screams. Why is it so late? Watch it come like at any moment when I'm not paying attention. Uh-oh. Onyx needs a refund on his sheep scream. Onyx needs a refund. How do I refund somebody a sheep scream? I don't even know how to do that. You got me too. I didn't even think it was coming. I thought it was totally not coming, and it finally came. It's terrible.
Moo 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 moo.
I'm gonna give you this one. How about this? This one. How about this? Where's no.
Moo 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 moo.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't paying attention. That's okay. Oh, please don't eat me, ant lions. I'll try my best to go. I want to run real fast, and I'll let you know. I'm not very tasty, and I got no meat on the bone. Oh, please, Mr. Ant Lions, leave me alone. Oh, Mr. Ant Lions, leave me alone. Ha ha ha. My own soundbite. How about that? So it's probably a good thing that I died, because I wanted to show you this anyway. So as a Hurricane Druid, you definitely have a very robust damage palette, which means that you don't have to worry too much about death, unless you're in hardcore. If you're in hardcore, obviously worry about death. I wouldn't say not to. But basically, what we're going to do here is nothing's really changed. We just we go in here and we just do our job. We got our Cyclone armor to help prevent elemental damage, and we can't prevent physical damage, but we can run away like a little girly school band, and we can just keep doing our job. Run in here, grab our corpse, and just continue like nothing ever happened. We'll be fine. Boom, 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 boom. What's up, Mr. Zombo? Zombo. Roll him over, Zombo. Roll him over, Zombo. Roll him over, there might be a hand grenade. We're gonna find out. I'll throw some builds up and we'll play around with it. Where's the real poll at? Oh, Amazon actually won? I thought Manazon or Mamazon or Surazon or Zonazon was gonna win for sure. You guys are silly. You guys are silly actually voting for the real thing. Why are you guys voting for the real thing? You're not allowed to vote for the real thing. New poll. What build Amazon for tomorrow? Melee Amazon. Bow Amazon. Javelin Amazon. It's going to be rather generic here. And what's the last one? Let's see. A Fissure Amazon. Chat always wins. Did they, Uber Skills? Did they, though? Because there was only really one option. There was only really one option. After all. I'm a Javelin. I'm going to leave that, too. Javelin Amazon. That's perfect. The Javelin Amazon. Tankazon. And what else do we got besides melee Amazon, bow Amazon, Javelin, Tankazon, and Valkazon. Actually, Valkazon kind of falls into the Tankazon. Never mind. Bink. There you go. Make your choices. Put your money in, folks. Put your money down on your horses. We're going in for the next race. We got Slimy Joe, who came in first last time, but will he come in first this time? A big up-and-comer on the block is big old butt Jeff. That's right. He has a big old butt. Conviction Aura? You the worst. Dude, you're physical and cold immune too. How am I supposed to kill you, sir? I feel like that is just absolute rude. How am I actually supposed to kill you? See, and I called it too, didn't I? I said I bet you Corpse Fire is going to be physical, cold immune, and I bet you I won't be able to actually kill him. And so I won't be able to complete the Den of Evil quest because he cannot be killed. Little punk. I mean, punching is still physical damage. Uber skills. What is Bink. Oh no, the Javelin is missing. Was winning. The Javelin. You guys don't even know what a Javelin is. I've tricked you all. It's actually an Amazon who utilizes throwing potions. Are small shock charms worth anything? Like this one? I mean, it really depends on what you're building. If you find some really nice lightning, fire, and ice charms, they can definitely be useful. Depends on what you're going to put them on. What am I going to do about this little punk? This little punk he's got me all in a fluster. I don't think I can slice him. I don't think it'll work. I could try. I don't think it's gonna work. I got a little bit of lightning there. Ow, he hurts a lot. Ow, it burns. It burns. It burns. I mean, it depends on how good they are. Early game, something like, 1 to 19 might do something. It depends on what other stats they have on them. Like, if you find, like, a 6 poison damage charm at level 6, it might be worth holding on at level 6, but not at my level. I don't even know why I still have it on my character. It's always nice to have a 1 to 2 cold damage charm, no matter what your melee or range character is, because it's nice to have that chill effect added to your attacks. So always have a nice little, Did I write bow sork? I write bow Amazon. The bow sork. I already did a bow sork on my other video. So I'm not going to be able to kill him, unfortunately. It's not going to happen. So I guess we're going to have to remake the game and hope he doesn't spawn with physical immunity. That's what we're going to have to do. Unfortunately, when the monster is immune to both of the elements that you have, it's really not. Yeah, I used Demon Machine on mine. I actually played around with that quite a bit in the video for Day of the Sorceress. physical damage though. Amp damage plus. Who turned up the pole? What's up, like? I have done nothing to the pole. The pole is absolutely fine. Somebody is voting for Bow Amazon, apparently. I will even put a point in for Tankazon. How about that? I voted on Tankazon. Oh, we have a turd fight on the pole. Oh, that's right. That's right. The Chinchilla turds. That's right. Fight with the Chinchilla turds. Get what you want. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, 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 boo. Look here, sirs. Please quit it. Exploding potions! Give me my exploding potions. Blessed fire damage. I will use you to kill corpse fire if he is immune again to both elements. Oh wow, melee Amazon is winning now. Wow. Okay. So there's quite a few melee Amazon options, and I have no problem with that. That's definitely going to be a weird one, but it's definitely one you don't see very often. That's for sure. Melee Amazons are not common. They are not common at all. Generally because they're not very good and they're broken. And you guys are doing this on purpose, aren't you? Because you want me to use Fend. And you know Fend is broken, and you know that I'm not going to be able to build a proper melee Amazon because Fend is broken. But that's what you want. I see. It's all coming together now. It's all making sense. Oh wow, 10% ED, superior light plates with 2 sockets. That would make an absolutely excellent stealth. Little low-level stealth. That's a beautiful little stealth. That's a beautiful... It's too bad I don't have any... Everything's immune to cold here. So much for Hurricane being useful. Like, the zombies are immune to cold, the gargantuan beasts are immune to cold. You guys really want to see a bow Amazon, huh? Get my ring. What's this? That's really bad. What's this little charm? That's really bad too. Did you all see the people complaining about personal loot, but we OG players have been trained to hear noises from different items make when they drop? Are you talking about the ones that don't know the different item noise drops? Like, I literally will hear the drop and I know to look. Like, oh, it's a ring. Oh, it's an amulet. Oh dang, a jewel. Oh dang, a fallen shaman that's gonna die. I can't understand their complaints. I've talked with many of them, quite a large number of them in fact, and the majority of them are only out for one thing. They think that personal loot will make the game fair. They think it's going to make the game a fair and equitable exchange. Like dividing up a pizza in exactly 8 slices to 8 people and making sure all 8 slices are the exact same size, and making sure that all 8 people have exactly the right number of pepperonis on their pizza, and all 8 people have the exact right number of pieces of cheese on their pizza, and it just doesn't work that way. And even if they got what they wanted, it still wouldn't be fair, because that's not how it works. It doesn't work that way. I've looked at personal loot from like every aspect imaginable, and no matter how I look at it, no matter what way I look at it from, it always ends up the same. We always end up with a situation where it's unfair to somebody, or it's unfair to everybody, and it just doesn't work out. It does not. The easiest example I can give you is pretend you have 8 people in a game. You're running Bale, and Bale drops absolutely poop, okay? He drops nothing. The minions drop nothing. Nothing good drops this run, and it happens a lot. Nothing good can drop a lot. But imagine, if you will, one monster drops a jaw rune, okay? In a personal loot system, who do you give the jaw rune to? Who of those 8 people, which all put in equal effort, deserves the jaw rune, which cannot be split 8 ways? Which one of those people should get it? Because as soon as you hand that jaw rune out to one of those people, you're basically saying in a nutshell that the other 7 people didn't put in any effort and didn't deserve anything. And you can't give it to everyone, Old Man Stalker, because if you give it to everyone, you create a situation where the jaw rune is worthless and everybody has jaw runes. Because if every time a jaw rune drops, 8 of them drop, you will very quickly, and I mean extremely quickly, get to the point where there are too many of them in the game. In fact, there'll be too many of everything if every person gets the drop. And then there's the other aspect of it is, in a global loot system, if a jaw rune drops, everybody gets to see that the jaw rune drops. In a personal loot system, only one person sees that jaw rune drop, and the other people just think they had an absolutely horrible game and nothing dropped the entire time long. And I've heard of some other arguments as well that talk about leeching. So leeching becomes extremely easy under a personal loot system. So you know, in a global loot system, a leecher can actually run along and steal loot from everybody, but he has to actually try. He has to actually get his butt in there, and he actually has to grab items, and there's a very good chance he can die in the process and lose all his gold. But he has to actually be active and try. In a personal loot system, a leecher could join the game, join the party, and just run behind the group and do absolutely nothing and take all his stuff. Take all the stuff. No clue. It's really not an answer that anyone can give, because nobody really has. I've noticed one thing among the personal loot people is that none of them have a consensus. One person wants this, one person wants this, one person wants this, another person wants this, and when you get them in a little circle and they start arguing with each other, none of them can agree on any way that the personal loot system would be initiated. Some of them want trade, some of them don't want trade. Some of them want the ability to give items to their friends. Some of them don't want the ability to give items to their friends. Some of them want everyone to get an item, and some of them want the items to be super rare and that no one gets an item except for one person. It's like a whole thing. And I think it would be completely against Diablo 2's core creation. Like if you changed Diablo 2 from global loot to personal loot, you would fundamentally be changing the game. It would not be the same game anymore. You are creating, in effect, a single-player game that people log onto the internet and play loosely together. I mean, people do that right now, but you know, obviously you do have to pay the full value. But there are people who do go into the vendors and they check to see if people sell things that are actually worth money, and there are actually people who sell things that are worth a pretty large amount of money. You know, very very valuable items. So just the other day, I was looking in there and I found a homunculus, and I put the homunculus on my necromancer because why not? And that was the whole thing. I was like, did somebody really just sell a homunculus to the NPC? It's a little odd. Yes, I've always felt like if you are, I always felt like if you were one of those people who takes an item that you know could be useful to someone else, and then you sell it straight to the NPC, you're like the scum of the earth, essentially. You're in a group, you have a sorceress with you, and like a freaking orb drops, like the swirling crystal unique orb, and you're like, well, I don't need it, I've got 10 of these. And there's obviously a sorceress there who's like, please sir, may I have an orb? And you're like, no, and you just sell it straight to the NPC. Those people suck. They absolutely suck. And I've seen that happen so many times in Diablo, it's not even funny. But you know, there's a lot of other people who will literally walk into games and drop gear for free. So, you know, there's people on both sides of the spectrum. You know, there is people on the side of the spectrum who will literally go into games and just like empty their mules onto noobs, and then there's people who literally like wouldn't even give a noob a chipped gem, like if they were full. They'd be like, no, this is my exploding potion. Why would I ever give this to a noob? No, I'm going to sell this to NPC for its gold value, and then gamble that away and not give it to anyone. Me, on the other hand, I'm like, oh, you need some gold? All right, here, take some gold here. And I'm just typing in 9s, and I just drop my gold on the ground, and I'm like, take it. During the Diablo 2 Resurrected beta, we had a couple people who they were obviously new to the game, and they had absolutely no clue how the game worked, and they were getting upset about things that were just absolutely silly. Like imagine you die and you drop 4,000 gold on the ground, and somebody accidentally picks up your 4,000 gold. Are you gonna get upset to the point where you're like they can audibly hear that you're upset in your voice, and start like typing in chat like, somebody better get me back my gold? Like, no, over 4,000 gold, you're not gonna do that. You might be like, oh man, somebody took my gold, and then you'd probably just move on with your life. And then, like, if somebody recognized that they might have accidentally picked up your pile of gold, they'd probably drop it back on the ground because nobody really cares. And especially when you can find items in the game which literally sell for 35,000 gold a pop. 4,000 gold is absolutely nothing in the eyes of a world where literally one item can be worth 35,000 gold. That only takes up 2 spaces, mind you. Literally 2 spaces, and you get 35,000 gold for that one item. And there were other things like the newer players had a lot of trouble with teleports. Like, I swear they had absolutely no clue that teleport existed. Like, they're running along and they're just having a good time, and we're like, hey, you know, you're falling behind. Here, come on, I fresh TP up for you, buddy. And they're like, just don't even answer. Like, don't even answer. They're like just running along, just living their best life. Just living their best life in cold plains. You guys have already moved on to like Darkwood. You're killing Treehead Woodfist, and you're like, hey, we just killed Treehead Woodfist. You know, come on over to the Stony Field. Let's do Tristram, or like Waypoint up. And they never come over. They're not there. It's like, There's actually a clip of me talking about like Johnny on the spot with teleports. Like you got to be Johnny on the spot with teleports in Diablo 2. Like whenever anybody needs a port, like if anybody joins the game, if somebody just joined your party, you got to put a teleport up. If you just found a waypoint, put a teleport up. It's common courtesy. If somebody dies, guys, put a teleport up on their body and clear their body. It's common courtesy. Like it's the weirdest. Like it's the weirdest stuff that I didn't think I would ever have to tell anyone, but apparently I do need to tell people like that. Hey, if you die, it might be a polite thing to do to give someone a teleport so they can get back to their corpse. Oh man, and the auto party invite thing made things worse because I noticed in Diablo 2 Resurrected there was this whole issue revolving around like getting people to make a teleport for you when you join the game. Like they would just completely ignore that you even existed, and it was absolutely hilarious. Like you would join the game and you would be like, "Hey guys, I'd like to come join you guys. Can anybody throw me a teleport?" Like literally just hear crickets in the background, just dead noise, just crickets. And you're like, guys, can you throw me a fresh portal? I don't know which tomb you guys are in. You're like searching, you like go in and you start searching, and you still can't find them. And like you finally find them, and they're totally killing stuff, and they're totally actually there, like you know, doing their quests and stuff. But none of them could be bothered to throw you a portal. You check like every portal in town, and they all take you to tombs that have already been cleared. But by the time you figure out where they are, they've already cleared like the last tomb, and you're like, "Oh, thanks guys, you guys are the best. You guys, thumbs up, let's go." I was actually thinking about doing like a common courtesy video, like just a video on like, hey, this is common courtesy, you know, stuff that you need to know if you're gonna play Diablo 2. You know, like throw a portal up when somebody joins the game. You know, send an invite when somebody joins the game. I guess if you don't have auto party invite on. You know, if somebody dies, make a portal on their corpse. Clear their body. It's very nice. It's a very kind thing to do. You know, if you find an item that you can't use, you know, it's a good thing to give it to someone else who can use it as opposed to selling it to NPC. Something that I didn't think that I would even come across when I was playing Diablo 2 Resurrected Beta, which was very surprising to me, was so in the second part of the beta, I had accumulated a rather large number of items. And we were making new characters, right? So, so one of the things that you do when everybody's making new characters is you gather together all your loot and equipment, and you start picking out pieces of equipment that could potentially be useful to your group as a whole, right? So you're looking, you're like, oh, I got an Amazon, okay, I got a barbarian in here, there's a paladin, right? So you start dropping things. You start dropping rings and amulets and swords and armors and stuff like that. And you're like, all right, guys, whatever you don't use, just leave it for somebody else so that they can use it. And you know, pick up whatever you need, and make sure that you got your character geared up, right? And you know what somebody did? Like freaking first day of the open beta, they picked up all the items and they sold them to NPC. And I'm like, what? And I was kind of furious. I was kind of mad at the whole thing. Like it really kind of pissed me off. I'm like, who goes into a game like that and just takes all the items and sells them to NPC? Well, why would you do that? You're like a level 1 starter character. If you needed gold, I could have dropped you gold. In fact, I'm pretty sure I did drop gold. So I was a little like, who freaking sold all the items to NPC? What the hell is wrong with you? I used to do that in some of the bot games. I'd get pissed because the bots would do that. Like, you drop something on the ground for, like, somebody. You'd be like, hey, do you need a shocko? And they'd be like, yeah, I need a shocko. And you drop the shocko on the ground, and the bot would run over, pick it up, and then sell it directly to NPC. And you're just like... And the futility of it, too, because the bot didn't even get any gold from it. Like, the bot was full. The bot was full on gold. The bot didn't even need to need the item. No, the bot doesn't talk. The player talked. You drop the item on the ground for the player, and the bot runs over and picks it up and sells it to NPC. Not a perfect Shocko sold. Aren't all Shockos perfect? Or is it? They vary by defense, I guess. Yes, he is. He is instructed to pick stuff up for off the ground and sell it for gold. That's correct. And the bots are absolutely awful for it too. Doesn't matter what the item is, they're selling stuff that's actually worth money. They don't care. Like, it's actually usable for real players. They don't care. They don't care, not even in the slightest. Not even in the slightest. All of them, to be honest, Old Man Stalker. The small charms are very good because they can potentially spawn as magic find charms. You can find some really nice, like, high poison damage charms. I think 100 poison damage is the highest they can spawn. You can potentially get all resistance charms, so like a really nice plus all resistance charm. You can reroll charms, three perfect gems, and you can also potentially get some really nice like plus to strength and other combinations. So like we could find like a plus to strength charm that also happens to have like faster hit recovery or something on it that might come in handy for a low level character. Large charms can also roll magic find and all resistances and things like that. Although the number that they require is a little higher because the size of the charm allows for more effects or higher level effects. And then on top of that, you also have grand charms can spawn plus to skills, like the elemental charms here, and they can also spawn other effects. So we have like a plus one with extra gold from monsters. Oh, I like it. It looks really good, Woogie. That looks great. Woogie got her hair done. Looks amazing. It's like a dark, kind of like, oh, not like a dark purple, but like kind of like a medium purple and like a kind of like a darker blue. It looks pretty. Teddy said one time back before LOD with the gamble hack being a thing, and they patched it and it was gone. So we met a guy who finds a workaround and can see only the durability of the item. We ran around fundraising, killing monsters while he used his hack, and found half a dozen set and unique items. Of course, they patched it again, but it was cool for a day. Yeah, like just like the angelic wings bug from the set, where you could get infinite plus skills. Some of those bugs only last a couple days, and they were really fun to play around with while they were around. I mean, I'm glad they did eventually get patched, but man, it was fun playing with them while they lasted. It was fun playing with them while they lasted. The best thing about Diablo 2 experience was when I was around 8 to 9 years old and my brother gave me his storm shield and I lost it when I trusted someone who had been playing with for 3 weeks. Never again. You lost his storm shield, Frozen Sparkle? Wow, that's mean. Why would you lose his storm shield? My brother bought me my last piece of Trangul's armor off of eBay. I remember that. We couldn't find the last piece of the set, and he bought it off of eBay. I can't remember which piece it was. We searched for a long time too. I wanted to be a vampire. Okay, I wanted to be a vampire. Whichever piece is the rare one, I don't know. Isn't the armor, is it a chaos armor or something like that? I can't remember. It could have been the armor. Could have been the belt or the armor. I remember the armor being a little... No, because I found several armors. Nah, it probably was the belt. If they didn't cater to bots, Jet Black, I might like them, but they cater to bots, like, extremely so much. The bots ruin it. Like, if it was a player community and it was player trading, then I might be okay with it. But it's not player trading, and it's not a player community. It's mainly a bot community. And even the players that sell items on there are botting the items. So I don't really like it. All it does is flood the community with items and makes the hardest and most ridiculously difficult builds child's play. The purpose of rare items is to be rare. It's the easiest thing in the world. You can quote me on that. The purpose of rare items is to actually be rare. And if you're making the rarest items in the game not rare... Map hack. Uh-oh, there comes the floozy. Map hack is another thing that's not good for the game either. Anything that allows you to skip over 99% of the content to get to the objectives is not a good thing. Not to mention the fact that it gets used by the bots. So even if you were to argue that it's okay for the players, the bots use the crap out of map hack and they teleport straight to the objectives. It would be nice if they could do something about the map hack. I would actually even say that if I had to choose between getting rid of the bots and getting rid of map hack, I would get rid of map hack. Like that's the ranking that map hack places in my wretched little heart. I feel like there's got to be an easy way to prevent map hack. I don't know how, but there's got to be an easy way to prevent it. Got to have something to do with the coding. I do remember that the map files were stored on your computer, and the game is probably just reading the map files on your computer. But yeah, I put it in the thing, and I gave him some when I came home. Flawless skull! I have no room for anything. I'm just completely full of everything in the world. That's okay, I'm just showing you guys some stuff anyway. So I figured I'd mention it again while I'm here. So if you guys are interested in joining a clan, I plan on setting up a sort of a guild or a clan or whatever you want to call it for Diablo 2 Resurrected. It's going to be you know, loosely based around my YouTube channel, I suppose. I mean, it's we'll do runs and stuff on stream and whatnot, and you know, we'll do like little 8-man groups of magic finding and experience points and things like that. We'll farm for keys. We'll do like Uber Tristram runs. It'll be a whole thing, and I'm still setting it in the process of setting it up right now, getting like a rule board and whatnot. I want to make sure that you know, people understand very clearly that you know, there's a certain code of conduct that I'd like people to follow. Nothing too strict, you know, a lot like a Klingon code of honor or something, or like the Mandalore code of honor. But It's gonna be fun. I know it's gonna be fun. And we'll do, like I said, we'll do events on stream. We'll probably have days where everybody comes in here and chats, and we'll talk about Diablo and leveling up our characters and all sorts of cool stuff. Be a reasonable human being. You know, that would you'd think that that would be a like a whole thing that people would know, Mordred, but it's kind of not. But anyway, if you guys are interested in joining, I do have a Discord up. The Discord right now is mainly for my YouTube channel. It's more of like a content creators YouTube channel, but there will be an entire section dedicated to the clan activities. So and that is in development at the moment. I've asked my nephew, Mark, to work on that for me, to help me out anyway. To extend the life of Diablo, I'm going to be honest with you, there's only one thing that they really need to do to extend the life of Diablo. Are you ready? Support it. That's really the only thing they need to do. I feel like, at the end of the day, Diablo is not a bad game in any way, shape, or form. And if they just spend the time and actually support it, actually, you know, police the the problems with the game, make sure that the people aren't getting away with botting and map hacking and cheating their items by duping them and things like that. I mean, whatever it is that they've got to do to actually police the game and make sure that it is. It is pretty long, Kasha. I mean, my videos tend to be on the longer side, and I do apologize for that, but that's just... I like to explain things, and I like to play, and I like to have fun with you guys, so that's just the way it is. As long as they support the game, I feel like that's all they need to do. But if they don't support the game is going to fail. And it's going to fail miserably, because it's going to end up just like Diablo 2 ended up. It's going to be a game without support. No admins online, no one banning the bots. The bots will take over completely. And once the bots take over completely and the players are essentially forced out of the game, which is what happened in Diablo 2. Literally the bots are 90% of the population of Diablo 2 at this point, and people don't want to play with them anymore. Once you get to that point, it's really hard to come back from that. You ban all the bots and you ban 90% of your player base. Imagine, if you will, you logged into Counter-Strike, Onyx, and when you logged into Counter-Strike, every single game was primarily bots, right? So, have you ever played Counter-Strike or Team Fortress or Overwatch with only bots? It's fun for a little while. For a little while, it's fun. But it doesn't stay fun forever. Eventually, it gets to the point where you're like, okay, well, why am I playing with these bots? They start to become predictable. Eventually, you get to the point where you don't like playing with the bots at all because they're boring. You can kill them like very easily. You figured out ways to exploit the bots. You know exactly what pattern they're going to what path they're going to take every single time. It gets to the point where you don't want to play, and if the only players that were ever online on Counter-Strike or Team Fortress or Overwatch were bots, the community would fall apart in a matter of weeks. And imagine, if you will, we're in a situation where the real players are trying to play with other real players, but every single game you join is primarily bots. Maybe one person, or maybe two people in those games are real people, but the majority of those 8 players, with the exception of yourself, of course, are bots. Eventually you get to the point where you get disheartened and you stop logging on. And a lot of people who run these bots think that the bots are a good thing. They're like, oh, well, we do bail runs, and you guys join our bail runs. But you know what? I've actually tested this. And I don't think people do actually join their bail runs. I think for the most part, the bail runs are mostly bots. And you might look at these games and be like, oh, well, there's 7 people in this run, or there's 5 people in this run. You can't be correct. They're all bots. Every single one of them are bots. You join the game and you actually try and talk to any of them, and most of the time, most of them will not say anything to you. And so how did I test this theory? Alright, so this is how I tested the theory. I made a game with a sorceress. I teleported to Baal every single time. I named it, you know, something that bots would name their game. So I did like bot, you know, run X01 or something, or whatever it is, you know, bot balls 02. And you know, I even like pretended to be a bot for a little while. So I even did, you know, like I did safe TP, or I did star TP up, stuff like that, so that nobody would know that I wasn't a bot, right? At least as far as they were concerned, I was a bot. And I literally did this for 32 bail runs. 32 bail runs. Do you know how many people joined my game? You know how many people joined in 32 bail runs? Do you know how many people joined my game? 1. 1 person joined in 32 bail runs. And if that doesn't clearly put an example to you that there's not a lot of people actually playing on BattleNet, I don't know what will. And I did this experiment a second time. So I figured, you know, hey, maybe they're looking for the number of players in the game, right? So they see that it's only 1 person and they'd rather join the one that has 4, or they'd rather join the one that has 3. So I got a bunch of people together, right? And we did a bail run, and I think we had like 3 people in there plus me, so it was 4 people, and we did the bail runs for like several hours. And we almost never got anyone to join. Like again, it was like 1 person. I mean, it could be, but for 32 games, Onyx, 32 games worth of bail runs, that's a lot of games. That's a lot of bail runs. It's on stream somewhere. Like, I'm sure if you go back through my backlog of streams, you can find it in there somewhere. I don't remember which stream it's on, but it was a lot of streams. I'm over here just languishing in Act 1 normal. The worst thing you can do is bug bail. I've actually seen this happen before. For some reason, the bots don't know that bail has been bugged, and they literally just sit there. They literally just sit there in front of Bael's throne, and they wait for the next spawn of monsters. I guess the next input, and they don't know to leave, and they just sit there forever. So Bael will not spawn the next group of monsters if a monster exists inside of Bael's throne room, and there are certain conditions which will cause Bael to think that there are monsters in the room, even when there are not, and they're very difficult to get to happen. But when they happen, Bael will not spawn the next level of monsters. He just will not. So he will not spawn the next group, and he will not go into the portal. So he will just sit there and he will do nothing. And all it takes is 1 monster to not die in the throne room. And I can't remember exactly the conditions required to complete the bug to make it happen. But it happens often enough that when it bugs, you'll go into a bail run that's been running for like 8 hours, and the bot is just standing in there like casting firewall or something, like at Bael's throne room, and the sorceress has been doing that for like hours and hours and hours. That noob should have set maximum game time. Yes, you can bring a monster in, but you kind of have to hide them off to the side, like outside of the sorceress's vision. Killing these monsters as a hurricane druid is very satisfying. It's very satisfying. I like it. Oh, there's the pit. Let's go in the pit. Maybe we'll find some items. Lots of cold immunes in here. I might run across the instant ink. What's instant ink? Oh, ist. Oh, an ist rune incoming. I'm stupid. What kind of paladin did I make for Day of the Paladin? Well, they voted on it, DD Megadoodoo, and it was a bow paladin. A strider is the official term for a bow paladin, and it worked fairly well. I didn't have much issues at all. Striders are actually kind of fun to play, and they work fairly well if you build them correctly. They work fairly well. Fairly well. I mean, granted, even if you build them 100% correct and you have the correct equipment, they're still subpar characters, but that hardly matters. They can still clear hell difficulty by themselves, which is, I think, the main classification of a character doing well. Oh, a Devil Star, what's that? Ow! I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at the Devil Star. Mercer Irvin is gone? Mm-mm. Sorry, I was just talking to my girlfriend. It was something important. This is pretty much why I died, too, so. Please forgive my death. Ah! No, get away from me. I know you guys are immune to cold. Go away. Ow, you guys hurt really badly. Stop it with your little spectral hits. Punks. I ain't got time for all that. Ain't got time for that. No, we got time for that. No, we got time for that. No, we got time. No, we got time. No, we got time for that.
I can't carry anymore.
Ain't no we got time. Ain't no we got time. Ain't no we got time. Ain't no we got time for that.
I can't carry anymore. I am overwhelmed.
Just 1 second. Should I send my girlfriend a message? Sir business, the sir business. Sir's business. Hey Woogie, do you want to show off your hair on camera? That's some gorgeous looking like salon beauty on there. You sure you don't want to show off your salon hair? She said no. She's tired. Beauty is hard. By the way, thanks to everybody who purchased one of my shirts and hoodies and stuff. I really appreciate it. I sold a couple of them to a couple of you guys, and I just want you to let you know it really helps out, especially in convincing my my girlfriend that playing these games is not a complete waste of my time. It's very thank you there. Thank you. In your opinion, what is the best noobish build for first character? A summon necromancer is very easy. A fire druid early on, a fire elemental druid is very easy to build. A fissure druid is what I call it, because fissure is really the main skill you're going to build. It's pretty easy to build a fissure druid. You just put points into fissure and spam your fissure ability, and it has a delay on it, so you can't even really spam it that much. Mana cost isn't even that high. Fire trap, yes, fire trap is also pretty easy to build early on. I mean, if you're talking like normal difficulty all the way through hell, I'm gonna answer that with a none. Like, there's really no class that I would tell you is going to be easy all the way to hell difficulty. Hell difficulty is really your break check. Like, it's really where you're going to go, okay, I don't know enough about this game. I'm going to go back to nightmare difficulty for a while, and I'm going to learn. Lightning sorceress is an interesting one. Ow! Why are you guys so rude? Just the rudest. Charge bolt sorceresses are actually really easy early on, and they actually do fairly good damage. I actually quite liked playing charge bolt sorceresses. I wouldn't really recommend a Hammerdin to a brand new player. I feel like a lot of people who are newer players have come in here and complained that they didn't really understand the way that Hammerdin played. They didn't really like the way that Hammerdin played. And it really all comes down to that they're not quite experienced enough at the game. I probably wouldn't recommend Hammerdin to newer players. There's a lot of issues with Hammerdin. Number one, it's mana potions. You need lots of mana potions. Number two, you've got to get in there and you actually have to dish out the damage. So you end up getting beat up a lot, so you have to spam a lot of health potions. And you got to learn the whole aiming process, so there's that. And I mean, a lot of you guys who are older, like more veteran players, I think sort of underestimate the fact that the game is a little trickier than it seems, and a lot of the stuff that you guys have learned and take for granted, these newer players have absolutely no clue about. They have absolutely no clue whatsoever. Meditation is actually really sweet for restoring mana. Paladins don't generally use it as a rule, just simply because it's not an offensive ability. It's more of a defensive ability, or like a restorative ability, I guess would be the term, like a healing ability. But they do use it. So like a good paladin will have it on swap when needed and switch to it, as the occasion is requiring. Later on, you can get a skill called Redemption, which is nice for restoring your mana and health as well. The problem with Redemption, though, is you need corpses. So if you don't have corpses, it's not going to do you any good. And if you happen to be with a necromancer who needs those corpses, he's not going to take very kindly to you sucking up all his corpses. So it kind of depends on what particularly you want to do. There are certainly some builds where meditation could be extremely useful, but it's not going to give you any damage bonus. It is going to allow you to perpetually spam your ability, whatever it is that you're spamming, because it's going to give you pretty much near limitless mana. Now, there is a polearm called the Insight Polearm, which Free Super Monk is talking about, which will give a mercenary meditation, and so you can use that to your advantage. All I know, Tyrael is ape. Game is not that same. Not quite sure what you mean there, Pafel 19. Good to Pafel. We're all apes. Are we apes, though? Or are we orangutans? I'd rather be an orangutan. Those guys are strong. I always remember watching the Planet of the Apes movie where, like, all the apes, all of them were, like, different subspecies. Like, yeah, you had, like, the orangutan ones with the big orangutan head, like, forehead, and then you had the bigger, like, gorilla ones, and the smaller monkey ones, and Planet of the Apes was a funny movie. They really kind of, like, dove into it. You can really see, like, that somewhere in the back of their minds, they were really thinking about it. Our poor little Merc is just not high enough level, and he doesn't. Well, he doesn't have enough gear. He really does not have good enough gear. Ow! Stop shooting me with your little arrows. Ooh, vampire bone gloves. I like vampire bone gloves. Who doesn't like vampire bone gloves? Ah, 20% IAS, attack rating, replenish life. Nah, they're not that great. They're not that good. Are there any light/cold resistant ads on Hell? I'm not sure what you mean by ads. You talking about monsters? There's tons and tons and tons of monsters that are immune to cold, lightning, fire, poison, magic damage. The Hell difficulty is absolutely filled with monsters that are immune to at least one of just about any number of elements. The maximum number of resistances that a monster can have is 2, with the exception of Uber Tristram monsters, which are literally immune to, like, everything. They can be immune to 2, and they can be highly resistant to multiple. I've come across monsters in Diablo that were practically immune to everything. I don't want to say immune to everything because they were eventually killable, but we're talking about a monster that's, like, immune to physical, immune to cold, like 90% immune to fire, 90% immune to lightning, 90% immune to poison, and like 90% immune to magic. And literally you're trying to kill them with like a Nerf gun. And I know because I have a paladin who is a conviction paladin, and so he is like broken OP for killing immunities. And this monster, I don't know what was up with this monster, but I could not kill this monster. Like he had tons of HP, he had all the resistances he needed, and even with conviction up on him, he still wasn't taking very much damage, and it took me quite a while to kill him. But I was determined. I was very determined. The determination of the gods. So I've gone over this on most of my videos, but I figure I might as well go over it on these too. A little bit of redundancy is not going to hurt things, especially when we have a lot of newer players coming in, and I want to make sure these newer players actually know these things. Alright, so I have some graphics. I know you guys like graphics. Who doesn't like graphics? The most graphic-y graphics that ever graphicked. Alright, so we've got... this graphic here. Let's see. This is the monster modifiers graphic, right? So this one's pretty. It's a pretty graphic. So basically, what this one is it tells you the amount of resistances that a monster gets from certain modifiers. So if you see a monster, let's see if we can find one real quick, and I'll show you what I mean. If we see a monster and they are a boss monster, so here we have one right now, which is it's got to be immune to cold monster, huh? I think I killed him. Stand still and let me look at you. Like, why are you guys being rude? How about that? No. No, you guys aren't special. I need special monsters. Special. You guys are not special. Go away. Not special. Not. My mom told me I was special. How about that? My mom said, "You are a handsome young fellow," and I believed every word that she said. And I shouldn't have. But she lied to me. Lied my own mother. Nope, nope, nope. Why you all, none of you guys are special? Alright? Didn't your mama ever teach you to be special? How about that? Be special. We gotta be excited. And whoever I find, please stand still so I can actually look at your abilities. No! Oop, I think I might have a winner. A winner, winner, chicken dinner. He's multi-shot. I can see his multi-shot arrows coming from around the corner. Alright, let's kill off his, let me go get some, let me go get some health potions. Kill off his minions and we'll use him as an example. Multi-shot is an excellent one. It's not up here on this list because it doesn't give resistances. The ones on this list give resistances. That's why they're on this list. The ones that are not on the list give different varying effects, and we could have a whole conversation about those at some point. But this is not that day. Maybe another day. I'm just going to get rid of his minions real quick so that we can actually... Oh, nope, not you. You are the one. Alright, so here we have Soul Crow, who is Undead, Mana Burn, Stone Skin, Multi-Shot. So he is Stone Skin, which gives him 50% physical damage resistance. And that combines with his physical damage resistance, and if it reaches 100%, he will be immune to physical damage. But he's not immune to physical damage, and the reason why he's not immune to physical damage is because he doesn't already have any physical damage resistance. So he might be like 99% physical damage resistant, but he's not 100, which doesn't make him immune. He is immune to poison, but if you notice, his minions are also immune to poison. So the archers are always immune to poison in this particular area, the returned archers. So that's a natural immunity that he has. That natural immunity is very effective. Now, if he has any other effects, it would make him immune to other things. So, for instance, fire, cold, and lightning enchanted makes you 75% resistant to that particular effect, which can effectively make you immune to that particular element. Magic resistant and spectral hit are 40 and 20% respectively. So as you can see, you can definitely have some really odd immunities on a target, especially when you combine it with the base immunities that the target already has. So, you know, for instance, if we find a monster who's always immune to cold, then he's always going to be immune to cold, and then the next effect, the next immunity that he has is probably going to have something to do with his abilities. So if he's fire enchanted, he might be fire immune. If he's lightning enchanted, he might be lightning immune, and so forth and so on. But you can only be immune to two things at one time, with the exception of the Uber Tristram monsters, and those are a completely different story. Those can be immune to like lots and lots of things. So if you see a monster and a monster is like fire enchanted, cold enchanted, lightning enchanted, they're not going to be immune to fire, lightning, and cold. But they could be immune to 2 of those, and in the order that the modifiers spawn. So let me see if I can find a monster in here that has more than 1 immunity. So you see the black rogues are always immune to cold. They have a cold immunity just naturally. So that means that they're 100% resistant or more. It just depends on the monster. A lot of the cold immunes I've noticed are unbreakably immune, and that's an issue. And you don't need to see this graphic anymore. Let's go take this off the screen. You don't need to see this graphic. Alright, so here we go. We've got another monster. Let's see if I can take her over here. So she is... where are you? Fire enchanted, aura enchanted, and spectral hit. So these monsters are always cold immune, as we found out. So cold is the first one, and fire enchanted becomes the second one because she's fire enchanted. She's also spectral hit though, which means that she also gets the 20% resistance to all the other resistances as well, which means she's probably unbreakably fire and cold immune because she has fire enchantment and spectral hit and cold immune already. So she's probably going to be immune to pretty much all the elements except for physical. So it's a good thing I have some physical damage to deal to her. And every single monster follows that mechanic. They're all going to follow what their modifiers are, and the modifiers are random, plus their base stats. So their base stats are set. So like every time you find a brute in Act 2, brutes in Act 2 are always cold immune because they have massive amounts of cold resistance. And then you can break the immunities. So this is the graphic for the immunity breaking. I know a lot of you guys have seen it before, but some of you might be new, and this might be the first time you've seen the graphic. So have a look at it. This is how you break immunities, and it shows you specifically how much they're broken by, and you can use that as a mechanic to figure out exactly whether or not you can break an immunity. So here we have Bane Bang. Sounds like a porn star name. Who is, she's going to murder me. Lightning enchanted, she is fire enchanted, she is stone skin. So she is lightning and cold immune. Notice she's not fire immune or physically immune, and that's because she can only have 2 immunities. So she has already gotten her 2 immunities. And the other 2 effects, the fire enchanted and the stone skin, will never bring her to the immune point. Now, what would happen if they did bring her to the immune point? Which is an interesting question. So if those abilities did actually bring her to the immune point, they get disregarded. The game pretends that they don't exist. So for instance, if a monster were to grab that 75% fire resistance and that brought them over to a 3rd immunity, it would take away the 75 fire resistance from them. So they would no longer have it. Despite the fact that it would actually still say fire enchanted, they would no longer be fire enchanted because it's taking the ability away. I guess it's the way that they decided to deal with 3 immunities, was just to simply take away the 3rd and 4th abilities. But if it does not breach that 100% level, if it hits 99%, they keep it. Which means that if you have a monster like that who is fire immune and cold immune, and then also has 2 other, enchantments, like let's say, so lightning, she's immune to lightning, immune to cold, and then fire enchanted and stone skin. If the fire enchantment and the stone skin don't breach her 100%, she will get the 75% from fire, and she will get the 50% from stone skin, and she will be nigh unkillable. And I've had it happen many times where like the monster will spawn with just the right amount of resistances so that she's got like near cap resistances on every single resistance, and it's broken as all get out, and the monster's pretty much unkillable. Especially when they spawn with something like extra strong, which usually means lots and lots of HP. Um, So breaking the immunities, I just had it up there, but let me bring it up one more time just for giggles, and I'll talk about it for a second. So conviction brings down the immune monster's resistance by 30% at max. So that means if you have a monster, the monster has 130% cold resistance, and you bring them down by 30%, you bring them down to 100, they're still immune. If you bring them down to 100 to 99, so if they're at like 129 and you bring them down by 30% and they get to 99, they're no longer immune. And the immunity just simply goes away. It just disappears off their name. And that's the effect of conviction and lower resist. And amplify damage and decrepify reduce physical resistance, which is what makes them so powerful. That's why as a necromancer, amplify damage and decrepify get used a lot. With all that. I think that's a spectral hit, and my freaking Cyclone armor's down. Hold on. As far as I know, yes. I mean, I think I looked it up once in the past, and I got conflicting answers. Some people said it didn't, and some people said it did, and I guess I just kind of like never really bothered to test it out. I mean, you need a paladin with conviction and a necromancer with lower resist at the same time, and I don't know. Let's look it up real quick just to be sure. When res is more than 100 to start with, both conviction and lower resist get 1/5 penalty effectiveness, even if first one already breaks the immunity, so it doesn't matter which one comes first. Interesting. So if you use an infinity rune word or a wand with a level 2 lower resist against a lightning immune, the monster with 110 lightning resist does not get reduced lower than 1/5 of both of the skills. So that's pretty crappy. So 1/5 of both of the skills is very low. That is very low. So as you can see, lower resist only reduces by 14% on an immune, and conviction only reduces by 30% on immune. So basically, if you were to use conviction and lower resist on a monster that was lightning immune, it would only reduce their total amount. Even if you had max on both, their total amount would only get reduced by 44%. Apparently, the penalty applies no matter what, because the monster is still immune when both things are being used. And let's see what else the guy has to say. So yeah, he also talks about negative resistance items. So there are items in the game that have negative resistance on them. Let me show you one of those real quick, just for giggles here. So I have one on my Amazonian. I know it's not Day of the Amazon yet, but she does have one of those items on her. So it is nice to show off. Ah, where's my mouse? GGM keys. Come on, GGM keys. Let's go. So GGM keys has one of these items. It's called a Wiz and Draw bow. And ironically, it actually might work pretty well for a Hurricane Druid, because it has negative 30. I think it's negative 34 is the cap, but this one's a negative 32 to enemy cold resistance. Now, the downside of these items is that they do not break immunities. So if you can't break the immunity of the monster, it doesn't help you. But if you can break the immunity of a monster, then what happens is this stacks on top of the other. So you can, for instance, if you can bring the monster's HP or the resistance down to 99, you can then apply an item like this, which will bring the monster's resistance a little lower from 99 to, 30 minus 99 minus 32 is like 60, what, 67, 63 or something like that. I don't know. I'm having trouble with math today. 60 something, 67. Yeah, I had that in my head, 67. So you would be down to 67% resistance, which is much better than 99, and certainly much better than immune. And you can have multiple items like this. So like for instance, my assassin here has an item which is negative lightning resistance. Quick side note here is that the negative resistance items do not work on traps. So just a FYI. We covered this in the Day of the Assassin, but they didn't work against on traps because the traps are considered minions, but they do work on the martial arts skills. So this one's negative 24% lightning resistance. As you can see, that'd be pretty nice for a lightning sorceress. Very, very nice. And then, of course, you know, there's other items like there's facets. Facets are pretty good. Let me see. I think I got some facets on one of these guys. You must kill Bale and Nightmare. What? I already have a GGM too? Where's my facets? I got a facet on here. I don't got a facet. No facets. Oh, yeah, I got one facet. So these are facets. As you can see, it's negative 4% enemy fire resistance plus 5% fire skill damage. So this might be something you might want to use on a fire druid. And then, you know, there's also lightning ones, there's cold ones, and there's poison ones. So there's one of each type. And, of course, there's some silly effects on them, like 100% chance to cast level 29 Blaze when you level up and silly things like that. I think we've gone over just about everything I can think of. Do you guys have any questions specifically about like how druids? 4 hours of druid non-stop druid madness. I hope you guys are impressed. Non-stop druid madness. Are there any other druids in here? I only got one druid so far. I mean, I got GGM Chinchilla, but that's my mule. Gingerino, I have a nice one. I'm hitting the sack. Well, you know what? I think I'm gonna hit the sack too. But before we go, let's raid somebody. How about that? Let me go see if I can find somebody to raid. So none of my friends are online. Bad luck for them. Let's go to the Diablo 2 Resurrected category. Let's see if there's anybody in here. There's a rerun, beta access weekend reruns, bunch of reruns. Diablo 2 Resurrected waiting room. Nobody quite does the Diablo 2 Resurrected, non-Diablo 2 Resurrected channels like me. Let's try Diablo 2 about that. Let's see if we've got anybody streaming Diablo 2. Shall we? We're going to go to somebody who's not super popular. Oh, wow, there's not a lot of super popular streamers on in Diablo 2 world right now. Hammy. Cat Kitty. Cat Kitty 142 has one viewer. Welcome back to me and Diablo 2 month. Brand new sorceress. Cat Kitty. Cat Kitty 142, you're about to get raided, I hope you know. This person has absolutely no idea we're coming, alright? So bring out your chinchilla emotes. Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead. Mwahaha. 28 viewers. Let's go. That sounds like a pretty good raid to me. Raid. Ho! I'm spamming emotes. Chinchilla raid.
Junior Gaming, it's me. Junior Gaming Mentor. I'm about to say Junior Gaming me, Motor.
Not enough mana.
Thank you for the raid. Hi, everybody. My goodness. Didn't expect the raid this soon.
Chonk, 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 chonk,
Welcome,
chonk.
everybody. Welcome.
Chonk, chinchillas, chonchulas.
Quick word about me here. My name is Cat Kitty. I am fairly new Twitch streamer. I've returned from hiatus and mental issues, but I'm getting better. I'm jealous. Pretty much sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here. Playing games is my passion. Oops, hold on. My other box is doing that thing again where it's stuck on that raid thing. But I was saying that playing games is my passion. We try to 100% them if we can on stream. Kind of a completionist, but I play games for fun. Have you guys join in with me, and we just have a good time here. And again, thank you for the raid and all that. Currently we're playing Diablo 2, the original Diablo 2, because Diablo 2 Resurrected is coming out in about 3 weeks. So I'm just kind of playing it again, getting the groove of how it originally was, getting all the hypes in. And as soon as the Resurrected version comes out, I'm definitely streaming that, as well as, you know, have you guys the opportunity to play with me. But now I am just trying to find the last monster here, and I just started, so if you wish to, again, if you wish to join, the game is on the top right corner, as well as the password, and I have it set to at least 4 players for right now. I could change it a little later. But if you just want to play with me for the fun of it, you can go right ahead. I want to see how far in the difficulties I can get to. I've done very little of Nightmare. And, I'm just going, I didn't see this. I passed that hell shrine. I went as high as Nightmare originally, like in the past, but never gotten into it.
Oh, please don't eat me, ant lions. I'll try my best to go. I want to run.
Might be it.
Oops. All right, guys, I'm gonna end it here, and I hope you guys have a good time.